Invasion of Gaza Strip set to begin tonight. I repeat, the invasion of the Gaza Strip is set to begin tonight. I repeat, the invasion of the Gaza Strip is set to begin tonight. The invasion of Gaza is beginning tonight, except the U.S. air defense as well as other assets have now arrived and are deployed across the Middle East. Israel diplomatic officials have stated tonight that they believe Hamas has been dragging their feet on hostage negotiation with the Qatar in order to delay or hold an Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip, and that despite the claims made in the last few days by the U.S., Egyptian, and Qatari officials, there is no breakthrough and that has been seen, further stating that they've now finished with waiting. Holy shit. Tonight is the night. Tonight is the night that the invasion is set to begin. I don't know what time. I just know that not only four sources upon this X, Twitter, have stated that they are believing that tonight could be the night, very well could be the night, but the biggest news network in Denmark, TV2, has just stated that as well. And it is a bountiful amount of things happening right now. 86, welcome in. So we are looking at the possible start of the invasion of the Gaza Strip. Very, very soon. It is set. It will begin tonight. The time in Israel, as of our speaking right now, is 8 o'clock, almost 9. We are 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock. We are then 3 hours away from midnight. They set tonight, so midnight. Before that, we are talking hours, very likely. This is coming straight out from senior officials. It's coming out from a statement I have on my phone. I can get you on my phone. Here you have it. Massive air. Look at this. Okay, here it is. Israel expands the land operation in Gaza, says military. There has been reports of intensive air attacks in Gaza. No internet in Gaza. The internet's been cut. So, holy shit. Fucking Christ, dude. This is happening as we're speaking right now. This is really, really intense here. So, Oin's Defender here. Look like we may be hours, if not minutes, away from ground invasion of Gaza Strip. Minutes here, guys. Minutes. The U.S. Air Force KC-135 refueling tankers have arrived in CENTCOM area of responsibility, with their indications of markings having been removed. This is pretty insane here. Tell you when exactly it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. And as well as Hamas dragging their feet on the negotiations for the release of hostages, as has been stated previously, is probably not going to happen. And they believe that the Hamas did drag their feet when it comes to the thank you, very welcome in, Nana. And yeah, they believe that Hamas had been dragging their feet regarding these negotiations of hostages, believing that that's because, well, they didn't want the invasion to start, so they dragged their feet even to try and halt the invasion of Gaza, or even try and stop Israel from conducting such an operation. Um, so this is a very interesting time right now. Very lot of things happening in Ukraine as well. But I think we're gonna halt the Ukrainian news. I don't like to say that. I mean, we got this thing up right here. But yeah, we're gonna halt the Ukrainian news just for tonight. I mean, why? Well, obviously, you know why. I mean, the United States has conducted multiple airstrikes against Iranian proxies in multiple locations in Syria. That was 15 hours ago. The IDF said that there are bunkers under Shafia Hospital where Hamas main headquarters are located. This is the other point of view here. This is what Hamas does. So this is their indications. This is what they do. So this is the hospital. This is the Haifa hospital. And their headquarters, this is released by the IDF, by the way, the Israeli forces right here. And not only do we believe that the targeting of these areas has been removed from the list of, list of targets from IDF. However, they put their headquarters, this is literally their headquarters, underneath a hospital. That's the official headquarters probably right there, as you can see. But they literally put them under hospitals. And are still using humans as a sort of shield against the invasion. Very trustable sources are coming out with the ideas here. Rocket has been launched from Gaza towards the Israel towns and cities of the northern Gaza 1 minute ago, has been reported. All U.S. positions, we are talking tankers, forces, should have been in place, or are in place at this point. So either they are in place at this point, or they are very close to being in place. It believes that the U.S. forces, I think I had the official statement there from Orange Defender as well. The senior Israeli officials have stating that tonight is the night, and that full-scale invasion of Gaza Strip will begin in the coming hours. And he reported that about 10 minutes ago, a little bit about 20 minutes ago. He reported that 20 minutes ago. So 20 minutes ago, he said in the coming hours. So we're talking 2-3 hours here, max. And that's, what I'm saying about here. So pretty much massive airstrikes along in Gaza right now. As you can see, massive airstrikes, continuous airstrikes throughout Gaza. We're probably going to get to see a lot of that happening live here as well on the screens. It seems like they may be holding a break right now. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, coming hours. I mean, 2-3 hours, guys. 2-3 hours. So if you got anything you got to do and you want to be here for the start, go do that now. I'd suggest that. Go do that now. Because we're talking, hours now. Maybe less than an hour. They're not going to give us the exact time, but when they say within less than an hour, I believe somewhere between in an hour or just before midnight or at midnight. Somewhere like that. We will 100% stay with you. Here we got E6 up over the US right there. Air Force One is up. That is Air Force One right there. Gonna track Air Force One. That is the president's plane right there. So yeah. Scheiße. Yeah. I'm gonna check out Flight Trader, see if there's anything on. A lot of sound going on in the background here. We're gonna mute Ukraine for today. These are areas from Ukraine and Gaza. You can hear some activity in Gaza as well right now. You can hear some stuff going up there. Some kind of brrr in the background there. Some kind of planes or drones or something flying in the background. A lot of air activity. We do have a river joint. Homer 11 just took off from the island of Kriti. Just a Greek island off the coast there. Just took off. There's a Homer 11 right there. That's a river joint. Just took off. Gonna keep a track on that over here for you. So that it's also something that's probably going to be flying. That's the exact same plane that's been flying just off the coast of Israel for the past few days here. So we are watching that as well. There has been a river joint that's been doing some interesting flight patterns today. The river joint's been doing interesting flight patterns up in the northern side of Russia right here. So a lot of interesting stuff going on right now. There's another river joint, but look at that. So that's Homer 12 right there. It's been doing rounds about. They usually it flies around like right here. Keep an eye on that especially. Yeah. And as you can see right here, we're tracking Air Force One. If you just came in here, we're tracking Air Force One right there, waiting for any more additional information. Don't worry, we will be live with it. At least try to. U.S. forces, 900 U.S. soldiers arrived. That was, I think, yesterday. They are now put in place. We believe that in the coming hours, the invasion of Gaza, if that is set, a chain reaction of anything could happen. We have to. That's why this is a very serious moment, a very serious thing that is happening right now. So we're gonna keep an eye on it. Yeah, Vaughn, welcome in. Welcome in. Witchy, welcome in. Spamming you on Twitter there. It's happening, Witchy. It's happening. And I want to read the official tweet for anybody who just came in here again. Senior Israeli officials have stating that tonight is the night and that officially the full-scale invasion of Gaza Strip will begin in the coming hours. That is coming directly from senior Israeli officials. Lots of sources been briefed on it. The biggest news network in Denmark even briefed on it. So, you know, it's pretty legit. It's pretty legit. Israeli armored vehicles and tanks are noted to be noted on the move tonight near the northern Gaza Strip, with small arms fire reportedly being heard in locations along the border fence. This was reported just a minute ago here. Retweeted that as well. Yesterday, you saw me with that video. We came out with that video yesterday of them, getting ready with the bulldozers and moving tanks into place. We believe that we are very much close here. And now it's just been reported that they're moving into near the border Gaza. Well, 900 soldiers, 900 U.S. soldiers came into place yesterday, and also we have tankers and all kinds of military equipment has been moved into place. SETCOM is ready, they say, or everything should be ready, at least for the U.S. side. They have pretty much mobilized what I would say a small army in the Middle East in case of any contingencies. Of course, our concerns are the continuation here. Air Force One, as soon as we heard about this, you can see Air Force One is in the air right now. That's Air Force One right there. You can just see that took off directly. It's heading towards Washington right now. So you'd imagine that if Air Force One is now heading towards Washington, you know, that's Air Force One right there. It's not just any plane, it's Air Force One. The president's plane, you know. Just took off. Literally, as we were hearing this, took off, headed towards Israel. Let's see if the White House has anything coming up. News. Well, they probably will in the coming hours, if anything. If anything happens, they probably will hold a press briefing. They probably have to, right? Nothing right now, though. Sorry, gotta breathe. But yeah. A lot of stuff happening. I'm trying to explain it all to you. A lot of stuff happening in Ukraine as well. Mario Nafal, grounding closing getting ready. Ground forces are expanding their ground activity this evening. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Haguri. So also, that was reported by Mario Nafal, who's a pretty trustable source, at least what I've seen of their reports. Ooh, that is in Israel there, or Gaza right there. That sounded like a fighter jet right there. That 100% sounded like a fighter jet just went past someone there. And we're talking, I mean, 2 to 3 hours here, guys. And I don't know if I'm true on this. I couldn't tell you if it's true or not. All I really know at this point is that they're saying it, okay? And Flash News is one of the most trustable sources I have, says that Israel is expanding the ground operation in the Gaza Strip, reports Haaretz concerning a representatives on IDF. So that's Flash News just reported that. It doesn't get more real now, guys. It does not get any more real. Note the pillars of shooting out the ground, the destruction in underground tunnels in Gaza Strip. So the past few days, this is how Gaza has actually looked like. Check this out. This is Gaza the past few days right here. And also tonight, massive air operations taking place in Gaza tonight alone. This is how Gaza looks like on a daily basis right here. And while we note that, of course, they're using what I believe to be bunker busters or JDAMs, which are pretty heavy bombs, you know. Okay, Bravand, you know, I'm telling you, it's real. I'm telling you, you know, it's the biggest news network in Denmark reported on it. It doesn't get more real than that. You know, when those biggest news networks, you know, really start picking it up, you know, that's when it gets real. That's operations in Gaza right there. That's how it looks like. I mean, the things about the Hamas groups is that they operate underground. I just showed you a video. If you go back in the stream, Gaza actually operates under the ground. They have a hospital, the Haifa hospital or something like that. Their headquarters, the Hamas headquarters, is underneath a hospital. Yeah, it's no joke. Their actual headquarters is located underneath the hospital. You know, that's more further proof of them using that. So rocket launch just now towards the city of Siderat of the northeast of the Gaza Strip. Yeah. They must be shitting their pants. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, they must be really shitting their pants. They're like, oh, they're coming. You hear those tanks running over? Shit. You know? What happens after they go in with the rest of the world? That's exactly why we're here, which, you know, we're watching this. If it's going to turn into a chain event, what we're watching right now, what I'm watching right now, I mean, for certainly watching the ground operation and how that unfolds, you know, how fast it's going to go, and is Israel really ready for it, which we believe they are. I mean, they've been taking a lot of time to get ready and have the most equipment and all that. You know, all statistics are leaning towards them, but the chain reaction, what happens after, you know, obviously the U.S. knows something might happen. Iran, and we're also watching Hezbollah, the forces in Lebanon, has also stated that they might move if anything was to happen. But these guys, you know, these Middle Eastern countries tend to say that they're going to do something, but then kind of back down on it eventually. But at this point, I don't know if it's going to be backing down, you know. At this point, we don't know. Israel is starting to shell Gaza. Holy shit. Shelling. That means they're standing just outside the border, goddamn pulling shell shocks, you know, inside the goddamn borders. I've seen the reports made by several accounts that we can't report. Some people are saying that Yemen may have launched ballistic missiles and drones towards Israel within the last hour, but so far it has not been able to verify anything about it. Well, it's probably just propaganda. I mean, at that point, you know, Yemen firing ballistic missiles and drones, that seems quite far-fetched to me. I mean, I don't know. That seems quite far-fetched, doesn't it? Gaza is witnessing the heaviest bombardment on land, sea, and air since the beginning of the war. That was tonight. That was actually reported. That's an hour ago. And I said that massive air operations today took place, and it was the heaviest since October 7th when the operation was launched from Hamas. It's the heaviest air bombing of any of that time of this war. These past 22 days, I think it is at this point. Yeah. I believe they found the shooter from Maine. Just want to say that. I believe he committed suicide. I don't know what he did. But apparently he left behind a suicide note and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. It's gonna flatten Gaza and... Yeah, and that's the thing, you know. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that we're gonna take on, that Israel is gonna take on Gaza, and Gaza is gonna be completely flattened to the goddamn brim of extinction. But the only thing that we're really, you know, at this point wondering is, the only thing we're wondering right now is the factor of how big the chain reaction is gonna be. You know, that's the biggest worry. I mean, Hamas is still retaliating. This is rockets from footage showing the rocket launch earlier from Gaza Strip towards Tel Aviv. From Gaza right there. And certainly they're still retaliating. They're still firing off rockets. You know? They're still doing it. Let's get Trey Yingst. Huh? Let's get Trey Yingst. He's the man on the ground. Let's get Trey Yingst on for you. See if he's got anything coming up for you. What's his name? There he is. All right, Trey Yingst. Here he is. That's his latest. He's just calling. This one's just called Now.
You can see behind me. Rockets coming off of the northern part of the Gaza Strip. A huge barrage here. Some of those will be intercepted, others may land in open areas.
You hear a boom in the air there. Heavy artillery fire continues along the Gaza border.
You can hear that outgoing artillery. The Israelis are shelling the northern part of the Gaza Strip right now. You can hear that outgoing artillery. The Israelis are shelling the northern part of the Gaza Strip right now. As the sun sets, we do expect more of this fire throughout the
That's
night,
from the video right there.
and the possibility of more Israeli raids into Gaza.
It's also important to point out one thing here, that Israelis have been inside Gaza. What their plan was to do was to create this sort of buffer zone of contingencies where they could get their tanks into, or at least create some kind of safe zone, I think it is, in a no man's land or whatever the fuck their plan is. But yeah, but supposedly they've done it. They've created some kind of safe zone, and we're looking at it right now. So that's what they're saying. Now listen, we're hours away here, and I don't have much more for you. So sorry, but well, of course we'll still live, of course. It's like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna leave. Yeah, so I don't have much more for you, so I'm gonna go. No, we're gonna stay. Don't worry about that. Of course, we're gonna stay for you throughout the stream here. And make sure that you get all the latest that is coming out here. Hamas officials tells the Financial Times that organization did not expect this much of a response from America after the 7th of October attack, adding, what we're seeing now is the entrance of the U.S. into the battle, and this we didn't count on. right? So, yeah, Hamas is like, oh, they responded? We didn't expect them to fucking respond. Holy shit. We didn't fucking expect them to respond. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagiri says the military ramped up airstrikes in Gaza Strip in the last few hours and will continue to carry out ground operation. The Air Force is striking underground targets very significantly, he says, adding the ground forces will expand their activities tonight. For the last 2 hours, IDF forces, infantry forces, and tanks have conducted limited raids into the Gaza Strip. Now, so they're saying it's going to be the official invasion. They're saying it's going to be an expansion of operations, which means sort of, you know, move into the country. What extent is it going to be a full-scale invasion, or is it going to be just like a further incursions? I don't know, but, you know, the way that they're putting it, the way that they're, you know, saying this certainly seems like it's more than just, you know, sort of a small time thing. It seems to me that what they're doing is more than just expansion. It seems to me that it's going to be a little bit more than just go across the border and then home. I think what they're meaning now is that they're going to go across the border. They may not go all the way in, but they're going to stay there. That's what I think they mean by expanding operations. I think so. I mean, I can't know. I mean, I don't know what their plans are, you know? How could I know? I'm just a stupid guy. Palestinian telecommunication company confirms cessation of all communication internet service within the Gaza Strip. May God protect you. Fair enough. Hamas calls on the world to act immediately to stop Israel bombardment. Oh, sorry. Please stop the guys that we attacked. Hey, can you please stop them from attacking us after we attacked them? Hey, stop. Initial reports that Israel tanks have crossed the border fence into the northern Gaza Strip near the city of Beit Hayun. Hey, they did that as well, but this is just reported 1 minute ago here, guys. Just reported in Oint's Defender here. Pretty trustable. Now, it is initial reports here, so it could be unconfirmed. We're going to have to get more in as we go along here. Initial reports that Israel tanks have crossed the border fence into the northern Gaza Strip near the city of Beit Hanun, I think is how you pronounce it. I'm not sure. But here you have it. This could be the start right now. Getting more information as we go along here. Sometimes they jump the gun a bit, but yeah. The Gaza Strip is completely cut off from the outside world, according to the spokesman of Palestinian Red Concern Society. Oh, that's one thing I just read right there. That was just reported. Al Jazeera reports tonight airstrikes on Gaza the most intense of both this and previous wars. So it's the most intense since the last wars as well. Goddamn. They're really going at it tonight. I'll tell you that. Arab sources. Reports of clashes in Beit Hanun, northern Gaza, just reported by a second source now. They're saying this is the area in where they're pushing in. As you can see, kind of in the north there of Gaza, the Gaza Strip right there, and you got the north. It's funny because when you look at a satellite map, you can literally see the outline because they put down that fence there, that massive sort of wall in a way, but, you know, that's literally it right there. And they're saying some clashes, and that's within the Gaza itself right there. We just heard an explosion in the background there. This one is on. That's the only one that's live right there. Sorry about that. But, yeah. Holy shit, it's happening. It might be happening right now. I don't know. Getting more in as we go along here. Get in. See if we have anything coming out. Nothing right now. It's pretty silent. The Egyptian government has probably already taken all the parts of their investigation. And the Egyptian government came out and said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna support." Bullshit. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to know who really is on the side of nobody, right? But yeah. Also, another thing that's interesting. So these K-130, these tankers right here, the KC-135s, have their markings wiped, so they're rivals to CENTCOM. I'm not a military expert, but you don't usually wipe their markings unless you're about to do something, right? I mean, that's the indications. I don't actually. Is that? Yeah, that's those ones, right? So they're wiping out the U.S. Air Force. See that? So they're wiping out U.S. Air Force. Because these are the exact same planes. They're facing the same way. I mean, there's no other way, you know? So, that's the exact same plane right there. Look at that. That's literally what they're taking out the cover of that. So they don't know who's who. like, yeah. Because the U.S. government is just secretive about who they bomb. Right. Oh, I know the Casey's not a bomber, but you know, it's a tanker. It's a tanker. They call it the tanker. It's literally a tanker, but you know, it's a flying tanker. Hamas has admitted surprise that its brutal attack on Israel demands promoted a muscular U.S. response, with Washington deploying carrier strike groups, air defense systems, and thousands of troops to the region. They got surprised. 100%, they did. That was from Inside Trader, right? Inside Paper. America coming to fucking. They're not coming to play, boys. They're not coming to play. Oh, yeah, of course they have. Saudi Arabian officials have warned the United States that Israel's ground operation in Gaza could have catastrophic consequences for the Middle East, New York Times citing sources. So this is what we're worrying about. That there may be some indications of, you know, change, that this small arms war. This sort of scenario that you're looking at right now is called... It's called a thing. They actually call it a small arms war. It's a sort of theory that one chain event or one action sets off a mass amount of chain reactions that leads to a much wider war. What you're looking at right now is proxy wars, in a certain sense, sponsored by others to provoke a larger attack. That's the small arms theory. That is what we're looking at right now. That's the best way to explain it right now, because this whole thing is sponsored. I mean, Hamas is sponsored. They're a terrorist organization sponsored by Iran and Russia. And don't call me crazy, because that's the truth. There aren't any confirmed sources about the IDF movement. Okay, so as I said before, I said it was unconfirmed, okay? And I do say sometimes that I did say they jumped the gun. So as I'm saying right now, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. That's true. You have to take everything with a grain of salt. And a lot of what comes out right now is still unconfirmed. A lot of people, they jumped the gun, but we don't know if it's true or not. However, I will say that there aren't... So, Faitocast News, one of the most trustables. I mean, next to Flash and all those, are saying that there aren't any confirmed reports of the movement of troops into Beit Hayun, so can't really tell you. Resistance factions in Tol Kama are calling to general mobilization. What the fuck is Tol Kam? Where's that? Yeah, call me stupid. I don't know. When I know the city, I know I'm probably gonna know the country. Let me. Is that near? Is that Palestine? That is Palestine, yeah. So, what they're saying now is that resistant factions in Tol Kam are calling general mobilization. That's the Palestine border. And that's one of the fears that we had as well. That if Palestine also was to conduct their ideas of joining the war, then this could become a much, much wider war. Well, I mean, it could become a wider war in the sense that Israel would have a lot of fronts to fight on, which, you know, they're a good army. They got a lot of people, and they got about 300,000 to invade the fucking Gaza Strip with. They got 300,000, but, you know, no matter how many troops you get, you got a whole fucking population running at you. You're gonna, you know, you're gonna start wondering if you can hold that. Oh, there's more strikes right there. More stuff happening in the background there. I think I hear a drone in the background there, maybe. Like, see that little... Oh. Boom. Yeah, more explosions. There are more explosions right there. I don't know if you heard that. There's more explosions right there. Holy shit. The Israel Defense Forces have kept its operational security up spec to a maximum for their recent raids into Gaza, northern Gaza, so that the invasion appears to begin tonight. Do not expect for that to change. This is not going to be like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which was extremely public, where We are all really only going to see and hear what the IDF wants to. Okay. The IDF only says what they want. It's true. They are said to be some of the best forces in the world. However, you know, they did fail to spot the whole invasion thing. Trey Yanks, gentlemen. This is a person who is in Israel, who's also been in Ukraine. He's a great, great reporter. Go check him out on Twitter. He is in Israel right now, covering on it all. So check this man out here. He's got an update from the northern Gaza.
Just want to give you an update here near to the Israel-Gaza border. We've been live on TV the past few hours, so that's why I haven't been updating here as much. There have been just numerous explosions and airstrikes in the distance. The Israelis are hammering the northern part of Gaza with airstrikes and their artillery units along the border. We can hear the movement of APCs on the roads in the distance. Now, the Israelis have explained what they say is happening tonight. They say they are expanding the raids into Gaza, meaning there will be Israeli troops inside the Gaza Strip conducting operations. This is not, according to the Israeli military, the larger anticipated ground operation. Again, we have to just report what we know here, and this is a very fluid situation. So that's the information that we have. We've seen more rockets come off the northern part of the Gaza Strip tonight, headed toward the city of Ashkelon. Just here, along the border, we took some incoming fire a few minutes ago. You have just about 10 seconds to respond in this location, so we had to get to a shelter as quickly as possible. But it's a very, very active front line, the most active it has been in the south since the war began 21 days ago. I'll have more developments throughout the night on exactly what's taking place here on the ground, so be sure to follow me. What you just heard there, some more outgoing fire from the Israelis into the Gaza Strip.
So, listen to what he had to say right there. He did say that it didn't think it was the start of the larger operation. He said it could be the start of a ground expansion of, you know, the incursions into Gaza. But as you might know, it's hard to know anything. It's hard. You know, it's really hard. You know, there will be occasional report or claim that there's all expect until a Saturday at least. Hopefully be able to see what happened. Okay. Yeah. That's certainly true. I mean, I can't tell you. All we really know is if anything happens tonight, which everything and everyone is pointing towards the fact of something, might not be the invasion, but something big happens tonight. And, well, you know, we'll have to see, who dies or who doesn't. Right? So I think is the best way you can put it. Look at this. Paytuk has news. Video showing a tank firing into Gaza. Israeli tanks firing into Gaza. Oh, look at that. See one more? It's just one. So they're using tanks to fire into Gaza right now. Howitzers, artillery systems, stuff like that. Shells cupping in over. Probably. Yeah. Oh, listen to that. Holy shit. That is huge right there. You listen to that. That's happening in Israel. You think so, Vaughn? Well, tell you what, Vaughn. Your guess is just as good as mine. There's a gunfire going on in the background right now. You hear that? There's gunfire going on. There's gunfire. I mean, they're certainly not exercising anymore. If they're firing, they're firing. You know, they're firing at each other, back and forward, or just one side, Israel firing back. Holy shit, that was an explosion right there. Heard that. God damn it. It's crazy. And I've, you know, because the factor was, Netanyahu guy, the prime minister, said that they were gonna go in. The date for the invasion has set. That was 2 days ago. They set the invasion date. We thought, okay, it's gonna be like in a week, but supposedly, it's not within a week. It was way closer. And they're not waiting anymore. I think Israel's gotten tired of waiting. Because let's be honest, those troops at that front line, they've been ready. They are ready. And they can't wait there forever, you know? Israeli tanks fire reported in Gaza. Navy also joins military operation. Estimated 80 to 90% of local population in town around Gaza City left homes by now. So about 80 to 90% of the people inside Gaza have left the city center. Or that's what they're saying. The Gaza City has been, yeah, okay. Possibly they're seeking south. I think this is going to be the beginning of the northern invasion. You think so? I think that's my best point of view right here. The beginning of the northern invasion of Gaza. Because I think that was their point of view. That was where they were going to start with. Or something like that. Probably try and put them into submission or something like that. Try and put them back in their stocks. Homer 12. Homer. Oh, that's Homer. That's Homer 42. I thought that was Homer 12. The hell is Homer? Is that the second river joint taken off? Is that the second river joint just taken off? No, you can't tell me there's two river joints that took off. Because look at this right here. I watched that one take off, right? I swear to you, there was a second one, but I could have seen wrong. I'll be honest with you. I could have seen wrong, but I swear to you, there was a second one. Like, I mean, that's Homer 42 right there. That's what I got. The other one was Homer 4012, or Homer 12, but I could have been wrong. I could have just said it wrong. Keep people in the background there. Main suspect still on the loose? Really? They have not catched the guy yet. That's sloppy police work right now. Hamas-linked accounts are claiming that Israel tanks have been struck by anti-tank guided missiles and destroyed to the east of Beit Hanun in northern Gaza. Right. You know, that's kind of like the Russians saying they destroyed a Ukrainian aircraft. Take what Gaza says. Listen, what Gaza says, you take with a lot of grain of salt. Because right now, they're looking for anything. You know, they're looking for anything. They're desperate. They are desperate. They're trapped. They're trapped in Gaza. And they got 300,000 soldiers with guns, armed and ready to kill them on their fucking border. Complete with tanks, shells, millions of rounds, millions of rockets, millions of you know. So yeah. Well, Liberty, we can't know that. I think it can be the start of a larger Middle Eastern conflict, but it's the start of something huge. That's true, Liberty. I just don't like throwing around the World War II, World War III word. I think that's still quite far-fetched, but I mean, it's not far-fetched, but I don't know. Goddamn. Yeah, as far as I know right now, I don't know much, to be honest with you. If you'd only take from Western media? What? Well, Liberty. Can you not? Like, I don't fucking have time for that fucking bullshit. So yeah. But listen, sorry. I don't have time for that bullshit. Okay? I say what I say. So, you know. Oh, that. A video of what I'm meant to do. Oh, alright. Bratsky. There we go. All I'm looking for right now is the start of something else. That's all I can tell you right now. All I know is that when this starts, there could be a chain reaction of a larger event, but I can't tell you that right now because it hasn't happened. And neither has the ground invasion. I can't tell you if anything is to happen because I don't know. All I know is that I'm going off initial reports coming out from a lot of sources. That's all I know. So, sorry. Now, it's just a lot of people come in here and start to tell me a lot about what KLW Wald says and all that kind of stuff, and I'm just... Listen, I don't know what he knows. That's clear. But all I'm saying right now is that I don't know if it's going to be a larger conflict. And I honestly don't have time for, you know, this whole... him bringing everything over here and... You know, I don't have time for that. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I just mean right now, all I'm focused on is if anything is about to happen. So that's all I'm focused on. So sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, but yeah. A new conspiracy. Right. Did you guys... Okay, so there's a bit of sidetrack right here. But did you guys see this video right here? This video, there was some strong winds, right? There were some strong winds taking place. And the whole forest underground, supposedly, you know, because these trees, that they have a lot of roots, and they root themselves into the ground. And, you know, when the trees lifts up, they can lift up the ground. So... Yeah. Look at that. That's wind right there for you. That is pretty extreme right there, but some people are now coming around with a conspiracy theory that forests are fakes, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, well, thank you, Liberty. I just, in situations like this, I get a little stiffy, you know. I get a little annoyed, I think is the best way to put it. I think I get a little, you know, because I hate war. I don't like war. The only fucking thing I hate in the world is war, and I hate when this whole fucking thing and people just can't just live in peace and all that stuff. So I get a little topped off, you know. So yeah, I didn't mean to come off rude. Some very unhappy squirrels. Yeah. I'm thinking you're right, Liberty. I mean, listen. This is a, you know, I mentioned this before. What's happening right now is this idea of this theory that they call the small arms theory, the small war theory, right? Where one war, one chain reaction, you know, one event sets off a mass casualty amount of event, you know, where that then sets off a larger war. That's the small arms, that's a small wars theory right there for you. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. And I think Putin, fucking Iranian people, and all that's people, you know, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. I'm just... Ugh. No, but, listen. I mean, listen, we can't know what anything happens unless anything does happen, right? Some people are pointing out that they cut off Starlink in Gaza. But that was... The reason why they cut off Starlink in Gaza was because that's when Israel told them that they didn't want any internet. So they couldn't provide Gaza. Gaza couldn't be provided Starlink, because if they were provided Starlink... No, we saw the video there, Liberty. He said that this wasn't the start of the large operation, but he did say this could be the start of the start, you know? The start of the start, right? The U.S. is urging Israel against a full ground invasion and instead for a optic for a surgical campaign that relies on airstrikes and special force raids. Washington Post. Of course they are. Well, I think Yemen, which said that they launched ballistic missiles and all that stuff. There's going to be a lot of misinformation coming out and a lot of stuff coming out that can't be confirmed. And, you know, obviously because, well, that's just what they like doing. They like putting a lot of stuff out there. Well, I don't get it. The U.S. says that they shouldn't launch an invasion. Because now they're afraid, right? Using special forces, they should do what? I think what they're saying is they should do what the U.S. always does. Use special forces to take out people inside of Gaza. Am I agreeing with that? You know, sure. But, I don't think... Listen, here's my point of view on it. Unless Gaza gets taken, or a event occurs that kicks out Hamas... There will be no peace in around or in Gaza itself. There will be no peace. Punch your pussy come from an infantryman. Are you saying that you're an infantryman, or are you? Oh yeah, you're saying okay. So yeah, you're Chris. All right, Chris. Yeah, yeah. No, but listen, there's not gonna be any peace unless they take out that goddamn Hamas. So you know. unless they do that, there's not going to be any form of peace for Israel. So Israel needs to just shut the fuck up and get it over with. And what's all of this, you know, oh, we're going to launch an invasion, but not really. We're actually just going to go into the country, kind of do little things, and then we're going to go back. What the fuck is that? Just go. Do it. What are you waiting for? Your people are being shelled every day. Your people are being rocket attacks every day. Are you waiting for them to run out of rockets? The more you do that, the more you're going to piss off the world. So just, you know, get it over with. Saudi Arabia has warned the United States in recent days that an Israel ground invasion into Gaza would be catastrophic for the Middle East. Of course, Saudi Arabia has done that. And what do you know? The next thing they're gonna do is they're gonna go around saying, like, we won't give you any oil. And then the U.S. is certainly gonna be very, holy shit, no oil? God damn it! Then they're gonna start going, oh shit. Shit. That's why they're backing out. I'll tell you why the U.S. is backing out right now, and I'll tell you why. Because they are literally afraid, and I don't think it's a joke. I think they're actually afraid of of them losing their cheap oil prices, or somewhat cheap, right? From Saudi Arabia, right? Or at least losing that sort of income from that area there. I mean, what the fuck, you know? So what you do, you invade them. And you just secure them, you secure the oil fields. I mean, they're gonna have to do something eventually. They can't just keep telling people not to do something. You know, they can't keep telling not to do something. The Biden administration is privately urging Israel against a full-scale ground invasion, pushing instead for a surgical campaign, Washington Post reports. It's kind of like Biden. Hey, do you think you could, you know, just chill? You know? They made a deal with Canada for oil? Well, then they're good. They're good. They're good then. U.S. Secretary U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, hours before the expanded ground operation in Gaza, their only road to lasting peace and security in the region is through the two states of two peoples. And as we address this immediate crisis, we must redouble our collective efforts to build an enduring political solution to the conflict between Israel and Palestine. The two-state solution, right? Is it a good solution? I don't think it's my place to speak, because I'm not Israeli. Well, I'm not a Jew. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Palestine. But I think if there is a peace between the people, sure. But I also think, you know, is there ever going to be peace? It's hard to know. The New York Times reported that, oh yeah, Saudi Arabia, blah blah blah, right? Fucking Saudi Arabia. Israeli civilians arming themselves in record numbers. Over 100,000 Israel have submitted gun license applications since the October 7th Hamas attacks, encouraged by government officials and worries about their country's security. But a bunch of people with a lot of guns. You know, I think, is it good? I don't know, but it also means that there's a lot of guns in the country all of a sudden. You know, it means that there's a lot of guns in the country with a lot of people that, yes, they have Mara. What's up, man? Welcome in. So, yes, you have more guns. Sure. However, it also means that you have a lot of guns with a lot of people that aren't exactly that good with guns and could easily lose those guns, and that means there's more guns going into hands of terrorists. So, am I agreeing? I don't know. I think it's good that they're protecting themselves, but I'm just saying, you know? Exos or something like that reports that Israel War Cabinet last night took the decision to expand ground operation after hostage negotiation reached a stalemate. Okay, so now I think I know what's happening. I think Israel, they're gonna push in, right? They're gonna push in. They're gonna put pressure on Hamas, release the goddamn hostages, and then they're done with that. It's about to go down, very likely. You know, I think what Israel is doing right now could be that they're gonna go in to an area that they know there's no hostages in, take that area, put more pressure on Hamas to release the goddamn hostages, and when they've released the hostages, they're gonna say, okay, well, we gotta go home now, and then, you know, turn around and invade the whole country. I don't know, but you know, I think they're gonna put pressure on the Hamas to release the hostages by encouraging a expansion of ground operations inside Gaza to put pressure on Hamas to release hostages, and then when that happens, they could conduct further strikes on targets without repercussions or something like that, you know. Sky News Arabia. Our correspondent reports that movement of Israel tanks along the northern border of Gaza Strip amid unprecedented attack. Israel tanks were advancing from the direction of Bayat Hun. Sounds of armed clashes can be heard on Esclave's northern border. Yeah. So we actually heard a lot of gunshot coming from this stream up here. So that I think is it. Russia has a new commander-in-chief. His name is Colonel General Viktor Shal. So, yeah. Russia has a new commander-in-chief. Israeli foreign minister said that missile and drones that hit Egypt yesterday were launched by Houthi at Israel. Really? One second. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Kim Jong-un may have chosen his daughter as a potential heir to political power in North Korea. At the moment, we cannot rule out such a possibility. We have to be prepared if we look at recent activities. South Korea Unification Minister Kim Jong-ho said. Kim Yo-ae, or something like that, believed to be about 10 years old, made her first public appearance on November 18th when she attended the launch of Hwasong 17 intercontinental ballistic missile with her father. Is she gonna be worse? I don't know. I don't care. I don't think I care about that right now. Yeah. So much stuff happening right now. It's insane. There's a lot of stuff coming out right now. A lot of stuff. I don't know. A lot of stuff coming out. Do we know anything about it? If you hear anything, please do share. I'm trying to go through any tweets that's coming out. Like literally anything coming out. Like anything. Keeping a close eye on it. We still got Air Force One up, I think, hopefully. Homer 42 is, oh yeah. It's right there. Air Force One for you. That's also another thing, by the way. Air Force One is up. I do want to point that out. Took off from Dallas in Texas. Desire, welcome in. It is a it is a lot of stuff. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You're not even hear the sound because that's. Keep an eye out. Explosions have been reported within the last hour near a U.S. operation base in northern eastern Syria, close to the city of Al-Malikiya. I think I pronounced that right, actually. Goddamn. Further explosions are saying to have been heard near a base, a U.S. base in the northeastern Syria. The region is very unstable, and well, it couldn't be completely off point. Hamas said it was repelling an Israeli ground invasion in the eastern part of the al-Bajuri camp in Gaza Strip. Hard to believe, but we'll see soon. I think it's hard to believe that they repelled it. That's the first thing. I think it's hard. I think it's hardly unlikely. But listen, hey, let's not discount the abilities. I mean, listen, these fighters, these Hamas fighters, many of them under-equipped. However, many of them have a lot of experience. That I will not go away from that. But yeah, IDF troops flare shells in southern. Oh, look at that! Look at this. This is a flare shell. The IDF drops flare shells in southern Lebanon. That's also one of the worries, of course. You know, Lebanon, the Hezbollah forces. You know, that's one of my worries. Because that's a wider war, and I mean, Hezbollah has what 100,000. The last thing I heard was that they had like 130,000. You know. Israeli 130,000 rockets. Sorry, I'm put that out there. Israeli PM Netanyahu spokesman rejects calls for ceasefire and says we will no longer live with this reality, and that the war is not being fought to deter Hamas, but that instead we have decided that Hamas must be gone. You're speaking sweet music into my ear. Listen. This right here is pretty good. The PM, he's a tough guy. He's a tough guy. I'll give him that. He's a very tough guy. So he says, we will no longer live with this reality. He rejects calls for a ceasefire. He rejects calls for any sort of negotiation. He's tired. He says, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you think anymore. We're gonna fucking kill you all. And the U.S. says, can you not do that? And he goes like, no, I will fucking kill them all. I will fuck them up. And then he says that we have decided that Hamas must be gone. He doesn't say destroyed. He doesn't say, you know, anything short of that. He just says gone. Not, you know, anything explanatory, just gone. Like obliterated. Gone. Non-existent. Every single one. Gone. That is a lot. That's a lot. Some kind of evacuation appears to possibly be ongoing from a Lebanese capital of Beirut at C-17 Global Globemaster Free SCFC 4024 with the Canadian Air Force has just departed from the city heading towards Paphos, Cyprus. Oh, it's right there. That is true. Look at that. That is actually true. It took off from Lebanon. It literally took off from Beirut. That plane, by Canadian flag, just took off from Beirut. I don't know if that's an evac of U.S. or Canadian citizens. Or the embassy. I mean, I don't know what the fuck happening right there. We do have a Homer 42. I think that was the only plane, actually. I think I just looked at it wrong. We do have a Homer 42 heading that way. We have a Boeing C-17 Globemaster III heading into Jordan right now. Just passed over Israel territory right there and heading into Jordan. Or maybe it didn't, I don't know. But yeah. Heading directly over Jordan right now. Probably heading somewhere into a base they have somewhere there. Well, that's true. It is actually heading. It's heading right towards Cyprus. Holy shit. There you have it. Now, it's one thing to have, you know, Israeli aviation has entered Lebanese airspace. The situation is being monitored. Well, that's hard to know. That's unconfirmed reports. It appears that there has been unconfirmed reports of Israeli aviation, but it has happened before. I will point that out. Of Israeli aviation of some sort, maybe a jet or something, heading towards Lebanon or over Lebanese territory. I can't claim that because I don't know if it's true or not, but yeah. Initial reports that 2 anti-tank rockets were just launched from northern Gaza. Over 300 Canadian service members alongside multiple aircraft has been waiting in Cyprus for weeks now. Evacuation operations from Lebanon to possibly begin. I mean, if they're evacuating from Lebanon at this point, you know, you have to imagine something is happening. I can't claim it, but apparently they're coming out with a lot of things right now saying that this could be the evacuation. But why else would they have a military planes, a C-17 Globemaster, heading into Lebanon and then out again? You know, straight in and out, you know? White House spokesman says the U.S. supports a pause in fighting to allow for humanitarian aid and fuel deliveries to Gaza. If you allow a pause, that's also allowing Hamas to regather. So yeah, no, dude, don't do that. Just get it over with, goddammit. Just get it over with. I'm just saying. You know, I'm just saying. Everything is dark. There's no communication. There's no electricity. Particularly the most intense strikes report over Gaza. So Gaza is without electricity, without water, without pretty much anything. They're out without anything, sort of anything. They're in a complete blackout. And then Israel launched the largest scale operation, air launch attack on Gaza ever. Pretty much ever. So Israel's not fucking around anymore. Israel tanks are firing at targets inside the Gaza Strip. That was reported by Spectre Index. That's pretty trustable source right there for you. Is that what they're doing? Is that where... I mean, are they just going to fire tank shells? Or is this the start of something? Because if they're starting out by firing tank shells to take out the people that are just across the border... allowing the way for their infantrymen to push forward, that could be something, but I don't know. You know, putting it out there, see where it ends. Holy shit! Israel refused to respond to a long truce request by Hamas. Yeah, I don't get this whole thing. Like Hamas says, "Oh, can we have like a truce for like a year?" No. And then Israel goes, "No, we can't." And then Hamas goes, "See, they don't want to help us." No, we just don't want to wait for you, you know, get ready again to report to regather your strength to, you know, because if they have a long ceasefire, that's probably going to give time for the UN to give humanitarian aid and all kinds of things into Gaza, which would not only be taken by Hamas to make more things, but it would also be taken into consideration for them to, you know, make dirty things. I mean, is Hamas going to conduct some kind of dirty event here? I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. Jordan foreign minister says Israel ground operation will cause a humanitarian catastrophe, whatever. Oh, Oh, okay. Big explosion there, probably in Gaza. Of epic proportions. Well, it's your own fucking fault, isn't it? You come out, you say, we support Hamas, we support Hamas. And then, you know, as soon as Israel does something to fight back, they say, oh shit, it's gonna cause humanitarian problems, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like, fucking, you guys are weak. Hamas says it's ready to resist the ground operation of the Israeli armies. That was reported a minute ago. Are they? I don't know. I don't think so. Reports from Gaza. Large RDF infantry and armored forces operating several towns exchange of fire and massive airstrikes reported. We're just hearing those airstrikes taking place right now. It was reported 7 seconds ago. Israel radar just reported that a large RDF infantry and armored forces operating in several towns exchange of fire and massive airstrikes have been reported. Are we looking at the start now? Don't know, but we could be looking at the start here because I'm being honest with you. They're reporting more and more coming out right now. There is more and more coming out right now. We don't know if it's true, but there is large-scale attacks in the background here. I can still hear booms going on like in the background. So something certainly seems to be happening right now. They're creeping in, boring. They certainly are. The Jordanian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs says that Israel's invasion of Gaza Strip has begun. Oh, wait, what? Oh shit, what the fuck? Armen Safid. Israel just launched a ground war on Gaza. Outcome will be humanitarian catastrophe of epic proportion for years to come. Voting against Arab UNG resolution meetings approving the senseless war. Oh, fucking off. The Jordanian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs? Or maybe it's both of them. I don't know. States that the Israel invasion of Gaza Strip has just begun. Palestinian sources on the central government report new fighting with ground forces northeast of Beirut camp. Not yet clear if masks another incursion entry point. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's happening. It is happening. I'm still waiting for official responses right now of people saying that it has begun. Palestinian outlets and sources are reporting that tanks have entered northern Gaza and that clashes are occurring. We're hearing it taking place here in the background, I think. Holy shit, I think it's happening. Yeah, look, listen. Listen. That is huge in the background there. You hear that shit right there. Holy shit, I think it's happening right now. I'm not even kidding you right now. Yeah, I think it's happening right now, actually. Holy shit. Well, we had the last thing I have right now is that Palestinian. That was some Fate Took Us news right there, and that's for me pretty trustable source coming out right there. I'm hearing a lot of plane activity taking place right now, a lot of air activity. You can hear that too right there. I think. Hopefully you can. Listen to that. Incursions appears to be taking place inside the Gaza Strip right now. You can hear the fighting. It just picked up here in the background. Shit, a lot of other stuff right there. Spokesman for the U.S. National Security Council, John Kirby, has stated that there will be no red lines for Israel. Oh, listen to that. That is airstrikes. Sound a little bit like a multiple amount of rockets just hit the shells right there. There is multiple amount of things occurring in the background right now. What's this from? Explosions near Israel-Gaza border as ground invasion looms. Ooh, shit. That's a lot. I think... I'm not even kidding you right now. It might have just started. It might have just started. I'm still... Holy shit, there's a lot happening right now. Holy shit, there's a lot happening right now in the background. It is a lot right there. And this is live. I mean, this is live. Holy shit. Israel tanks have reportedly crossed the border fence into northern Gaza in at least 2 locations tonight near the city of Beit Hanun with heavy fighting occurring. We're hearing it live. We're hearing it live. Shit, 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 shit. Shit, shit, shit. Shit, shit, shit. Hamas top official says ready for Israel ground invasion. They're saying it right now. Hamas top official says ready for Israel ground invasion. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Holy shit! It is happening. Lots of munition fire in the background. Gaza reporting the movement of IDF tanks near Beit Hanun borders northern Gaza. It appears that this is taking place in the north of Gaza. We're hearing multiple rockets, could be tanks firing off, shells hitting the ground, everything. I think I hear literally I think I hear fighter jets in the background there. I think I just heard a fighter jet. Such bullshit. What the fuck is this? This is such bullshit. We're gonna get one. Shit, 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 shit. Shit. Shit, shit. Freddy, welcome in. Fucking Christ. God damn it. YouTube doesn't allow ad block anymore, so that's what you're gonna get. Jordan Foreign Minister, Israel just launched a ground invasion on war on Gaza. I just read that before. It's coming from multiple sources now. It believes that we are in the start of the ground invasion of Gaza, or at least a part of a ground invasion. This is coming up from very verified sources right now. Multiple sources are reporting on it. We have a river joint that is heading towards Israel as we're talking to probably check out the activities. Holy shit. This is occurring. This is happening. We're watching it. We can hear it in the background. You hear so much air activity. Yeah, More people are talking about it. Insider paper just said that Israel just launched a ground war on Gaza. There are tanks heading in from larger side infantry and armored forces operating in Barinji in the north of Gaza. This was expected to be in the north of the Gaza Strip, as residents of the northern part were told to head towards areas in the southern part of Israel. Sorry, Gaza. IDF is now shelling a position in Atayurun Bent Jabeli. That's probably, I don't know. That was in holy shit. Holy shit. By the way, this is Tel Aviv. I'm just keeping an eye on Tel Aviv right now because, I mean, I just want to make sure, you know. Head of CNN just came out with a statement put on CNN. For CNN? Do you have the statement? I'll probably find it. Hamas-run Palestinian health minister said that 1,650 people missing under the rubble in Gaza are among them 940 children. That's one of the statements coming out. Shit. Yeah, I'm getting as much as I can right now from all the sources that we have right now. I'm just refreshing it as much as I can. It's still, yeah, there you go. Another one just landed. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, still a lot of stuff. Can't hear it, but it's in the background. A lot of thumping. I think that's shells hitting the ground. It is popping off right now. It is just going off in the background here. We are watching it all happening. Advisor to Israeli PM says military operations are underway, and when this is over, Gaza will be very different. Of course they will. Yeah. Shit. Holy shit. Fucking Christ. Yeah, I think it started. I think it's safe to say by this point, guys, I think something's starting. I don't know if it's the complete invasion, but it appears to me that an invasion of the... It appears to me that an invasion of the Gaza Strip by Israeli forces has just been commenced. Anti-tank missiles report have been fired at Israeli forces that entered Gaza. I believe it is started. I believe we have it. I believe it has started. Yes. Anything coming out from the White House? Air Force One has just landed, or is very close to landing right now. There is a Homer 42 River Joint just right now heading towards the area of Israel. Natahun Advisor says military operations are on the way. I just read that. Yeah, military operations are on the way. It started. I don't know if I can confirm it. That holy shit, man. Holy shit, man. Yeah. I mean, that's... Listen, you know? I mean, I know Gaza is usually pretty crazy, but this consistently is usually not. Fucking Christ. I'm scrolling through right now, trying to see if I can find anything for you. Yeah, more right there. Yeah, you heard that one right there. That's a big one. Turkish President, Turkish President Erdogan called people across the country to take part in pro-Palestine rally in Istanbul. Jesus Christ. Palestine media report that Israel tanks assumed position within the Gaza Strip late on Friday. Late on Friday? What is tonight? Just say tonight. What the fuck does late on Friday mean? It's not even... It's still 10 o'clock in Israel right now. It's 10 o'clock. 2 hours from midnight. They said it was going to start tonight. We knew it. Came live with it. And I said it was going to start tonight. We were very worried. Well, I mean, I didn't say it was going to start. Everybody else said it was going to start tonight, you know? So. Holy shit. In Israel, reports of rocket strikes on Koinkoi field near Syria. Oi. Reports of anti-tank fire targeting IDF tanks at northern Gaza. That's all. Yeah, that's been fired. That's been talked about a lot. Holy shit. We're learning more. Within Israel and the world Jewish community, it's already become standard to refer to the October invasion of the South as Israel 9/11. Just call it your own. Just call it a terrorist attack. Why do people always compare things to 9/11? Just let 9/11 be. It was a thing that happened in America. Sad fucking thing. And just let them 9/11. I don't get that. Using 9/11 as your adjective to, you know, describe something bad. But I guess it's true. I mean, to describe something bad, you use 9/11. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird opinion. But I think sometimes it's, I don't know. It is a weird opinion, you know. I mean, we're watching the chain event here. That's what I'm worried about. You know, what's coming out now is... What's further events going to be? What's going to happen after this? What's going to happen, you know, now? What's going to happen in an hour? What's going to happen in 2 hours? You see that? You see that? You see that? That's the C-135 right there, Hercules, heading towards either Cyprus or it's heading towards Lebanon. Another plane is heading towards areas, what I believe to be Lebanon, maybe. I don't know, but it appears to me that there's a mass evacuation probably happening of Western officials or Western people. Fucking Christ. Oh, Trey Inks just confirmed it, it appears. Look at this.
Right right now along the... It's been incredibly difficult for the troops and civilians. That was a huge airstrike right now along the Gaza border. It just shakes the ground here. But it really gives you a sense that they are trying to target as many of the different positions. You just see another one there in the distance. There's a soldier walking behind me. They're using this hill to scope out much of the area and also correct their fire. That's how close we are to Gaza, bringing you this story. It's been incredible.
That's Trey Inks just literally confirmed it for us right there. Yeah, literally confirmed it. Yeah. So he says, massive airstrike continues as Israel troops enter Gaza. The Israel says that this is an expanded raid, not the anticipated large-scale ground operation. We're being patient, I think is what I'm saying. With our reporting, it's very fluid and active. It's a very fluid and active front. So they're saying it's not the invasion. It is not the full-scale invasion, however, it's a raid into areas. It just seems weird to me for them to say it's not the full-scale invasion, because you're committing a lot to this, what appears to be what they call a large-scale raid. You know, to me, it seems weird, because I know that what IDF says is true, but... holy shit. but committing this much, committing what we're hearing right now, committing these tanks, firing tanks, infantry, you know, either I believe that they're gonna say it's a raid and an expansion into Gaza territory. They're literally entering Gaza territory, staying there. Truly, maybe, I don't know. I mean, all we really gotta know is when we hear about it tomorrow. New attacks targeting U.S. troops in eastern Syria. Jesus Christ. So they're just reported. Oh shit, that was a big one right there. This is Gaza tonight. That's Gaza. Fucking Christ. It's just going on. It just keeps happening. Freaking strange. Shit. Keeps happening. I mean, it's so much explosion. It just keeps going. Like, it's been reported, you know. Breaking news from Myron Afal, a pretty trustable source here, says American base attacked, huge explosion. Many reports coming in about attacks on U.S. units, a huge explosion inside Al Omar field base controlled by American forces east of Syrian city of Deir ez-Zor. Maybe that's how you pronounce it. Also attacked in the area of Algier in the suburbs of Haskea, Syria. So that's just been reported that in American bases in Syria are being targeted. It believes that this is the response of what we're hearing in the background here. Holy shit. It is all happening. Just as we're going on right now. Just all happening.
We'll start timing out some people who just post the same thing again and again. Sit on a ground.
Large explosions are now also being reported at El Ormar oil fields in northwestern Syria, with houses U.S. operation base. That was also reported. Patrick, welcome in. That was also reported by Orange Defender right now. Orange Defender just reported the same thing as well. More explosions. Sorry. More explosions are being heard. More explosions near U.S. Bases in Syria. Attacks are occurring. Holy shit. Israel armored vehicles have left forward position along the enveloped and have entered northern Gaza, according to sources. They are in northern Gaza. So what we know of right now is that pretty much right where this plane is flying right now, they're pretty much entered the areas just along here. I don't doubt that, Desire. I mean, that seems like a pretty Hamas kind of thing to do. But it's also certainly like a call up, I think. Listen, my theory has always been that Hamas was expected to fall. Just like we always expected the Estonia and all those Baltic countries. We always expected if we were to go to war against Russia, we always said the Baltic country was going to fall. I think this is kind of like the same scenario here where they're saying, well, Hamas was always the country that was going to fall. You know, that was also the country that was going to fall. Watch out. Oh, gonna be a lot of things happening. Yeah. I'd certainly watch. Be very careful with the news. Watch the news. See what you watch. See what you're watching. See what you have been watching. They are saying that the officials are coming out. The Jordan foreign minister or prime minister, whatever he is, has said that the start is coming now of the invasion. Watching right now, there's really nothing. I mean, not a lot of stuff coming out, but I believe that it's kind of like hard to keep it all up there. Yeah, and more sources are coming out with the statement that there has been explosions were heard at the Omar oil field in the Desir Esor province in Syria. That's a U.S. Military base in that province. There has been attacked. No joke right now. It appears that there has just been an attack on a U.S. military base. One of the many, I would say, attacks has just occurred. Now, one more dangerous part about it is that we have a lot more soldiers in the area. The decision to expand ground operation in Gaza was made by Israel military cabinet Thursday night after the hostage negotiation talks stalled, two Israel officials said. So, yeah. Mighty fine, mighty fine, mighty fine. This is a lot right here. This is a lot. Holy shit. A lot of air activity is still happening in the background there. I believe that might be drones flying or something like that. Helicopters? Could be. I think what we're watching closer now is the further developments of what's happening. Let's watch closely because, yeah. They better stop fucking around with America. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. And one thing they gotta stop fucking around with is America. The U.S. will do something, Vaughn. If a U.S. service member dies, I'm not aware if any U.S. servicemen have died yet. I don't know if that's true. If they have, listen, I'm not aware. If a U.S. service member does die, if something like that does happen, we are, I mean, at this point, I think, you know, they can't not do something. Yeah. You know, they can't not do something. You know, I mean, you're fucking around with America now. You're fucking around with Uncle Sam. And despite how Uncle Sam sometimes doesn't want to fight across the seas, when we're talking about attacks on its literal forces across the seas, Uncle Sam doesn't fuck around, okay? Uncle Sam doesn't fuck around. Night vision video showing shelling of the Israel-Gaza border as IDF expands military operation. Oh, we already got videos coming out. And this is the modern era right here. Comes up, there you go. It's probably tank fire or something. The rocket fire, look at that. Yeah, that's what we're hearing. What we're hearing right there. That's literally just come out. And that could be a game. It's Faitzacus news. I believe it's true. But there's a lot of the fake news coming out, you know. There will be a lot of fake news coming out. There's no getting around it. There will be a lot of fake news coming out. And, yeah. Reports of Egyptian Air Force and Israeli Air Force airborne over the border with Eilat and Taba. Really? There's been reports of Egyptian... Fucking Christ. Egyptian military says the incident of Taba was caused by the... Jesus Christ. Was caused by the crashing of unidentified drone. So there's the Egyptian military is also something's happening right now. Egyptian. Thanks, guys. It's funny how the US says that they don't want... It's funny how the US says they don't want any, you know, like, military operations to actually occur. But the funny thing is, then they also say, actually, you know, we don't want anything to actually happen, but listen, there's gonna be no red lines, okay? Do whatever the fuck you want. Like, that's the reality of them right there. They're like, yeah, there's gonna be no red lines. I mean, do whatever the fuck you want. We don't really care. I mean, we're just gonna try and look like the good guys, you know? Because, you know, we're America. America. You know, it's like John Kirby came out and said, "Oh yeah, but listen, there's no red lines, okay? We're gonna support anything you do." So I'm a little confused right now, but I think. But look at this Boeing 707-300 right here, just outside the border, right, guarded with Gaza right there. It's never done this run right. It's never done that one right there, like literally targeting at the northern side right there. Oh, Homer 42 coming in. Homer 42 coming in. 42. That's a river joint coming in right there. So, oh yeah, Taba. So there was a fallen drone that fell in areas, I think, around. It was fallen drones that fell around in areas around the area of Taba, which is on the Egyptian border. And they say there was a cause of a fallen drone. Now they're saying it could have been a diversion from the Israelis trying to divert a drone that was trying to take out Israel forces that then turned around and accidentally hit on the Egyptian side. However, yeah, we don't know if it really was Israelis. Holy fucking shit, dude! What the fuck? Keeps fucking going. I'm gonna listen to that shit right there all fucking day. Fucking Christ. Fucking Christ. Fucking hell. Israel and Egyptian combat aircraft are both reported airborne over the Gulf of Aqaba, the northern Red Sea. So there are combat. Okay, so there are Egyptian and Israeli. There are Egyptian and Israeli combat aircraft. They're all airborne in the Red Sea. Well, obviously, I think Egypt is trying to take a look at what's happening right now, and I don't fucking know. I don't know what else they'll be doing right now. The Washington Post is reporting that it cannot reach colleagues in Gaza. No, obviously because the fucking internet's cut out. You fucking dumbasses. Oh, sorry. That's hard. That's hard. That's you know, that's a little hard, maybe. Jesus Christ, it just keeps going. Like, no fucking break. I'm not getting a break there. Every time I want to say something, it's always like some fucking rock just falls down. At this point, I cannot believe that they're not. I mean, how far are they? They gotta make some headway at this point, because they're just bombarding the shit out of them. Within a mile, I would guess. Probably right. That's very close. I mean, they're targeting targets very, very close to everything. Fucking Christ. That is... Egyptian air defense in Sinai Peninsula along the coast of the Red Sea has reportedly been placed into a heightened state of readiness. Is Egypt joining against Israel here? Is Egypt strategically on board with Hamas? Don't know. I think they are. But apparently right now, Egyptian air defense in the Sinai Peninsula along the coast of the Red Sea has just reported to be placed in a heightened state of readiness. Now, we don't know exactly why that is. I mean, obviously, I know what that is. You know, the invasion of Gaza has just taken place. Ooh, that was a fighter jet right there, I think. Yeah, the fighter jets, I think, taking areas back there. You hear that? Holy shit, it's all just happening right now, isn't it? It's all just happening. Shh. There you go. This is non-stop, you know, this is non-stop artillery, rocket, JDAMs, tank, probably shelling. I imagine that shells or something like that. Some kind of cluster munitions, I don't know, it sounds like there's multiple explosions at once, or something like that. Occurring within minutes of where we're watching, and it is just insane. Israel PM advisor Rick, if Hamas will pay for its crime against humanity, and tonight we're starting payback. Yeah, I can hear that. Yeah, I can hear the payback you're starting. It's pretty loud. Yeah, it can certainly hear the payback you're starting, because it's very loud. It's very loud. Jesus Christ. A lot of stuff happening in Ukraine right now, but I'll be honest with you. I think we're gonna keep it over here for now. Jesus Christ. We haven't heard any official statement from Natahunya, or whatever his name is. How many in brigade? Oh, EVC, welcome in. You listened to it. The invasion started, Evie. At least what we know of. Well, small-scale ground invasion. How many in brigade? Sorry, Patrick, I don't get your question. What do you... I mean, I think... Do you mean in an IDF brigade, or what do you mean? I mean, a battalion consists of 4 to 6 companies, including up to 1,000 soldiers, right? So, brigade, I don't know. Line. Brigade probably... Well, wait, I don't know. 100 maybe? Oh, Russians? I don't know. A lot. No, there isn't a lot. I think... in a brigade, a Russian brigade's probably... I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. You can search it up. Brigade Commander Colonel, strength 2,000 to 8,000 people. They say in a brigade, in a Russian brigade, there is up to 2,000 to 8,000 people. Zelensky, well, if they lost a brigade, that's probably what they mean is by they lost a brigade of these. They didn't lose it in one day. What I think they're saying is that they lost it, you know. They lost it throughout the campaigns, or probably lost it somewhere along that. I don't know. Yeah, probably did. A longer update. Trey Inks with your update for you. We're going to watch this right here. This is Trey Inks. He's on the ground in Gaza. Or not in Gaza, in Israel.
Just a massive amount of fire along the Israel-Gaza border. The Israelis continue. You can hear those airstrikes in the distance. The Israelis are continuing to hammer Gaza at this hour. We have not seen anything like this over the past 21 days. We understand Israeli forces are entering the Gaza Strip. More airstrikes there in what is being described as an expanded raid. The artillery units along the border also, I'm going to just turn here so that you can see when the sky lights up, but the artillery units along the border are also very active tonight. We've seen tanks firing from this ridge line here. You just saw a flash there. From the airstrikes, you see the whole sky lights up when these strikes take place. But it's a very active front. There has been some rocket fire into southern Israel tonight, but the factions inside Gaza not able to keep up their fire with this level of Israeli response across the Gaza Strip. Now, I am talking with one Palestinian in the center of Gaza. Comms are out for much of the strip unless you have a foreign SIM card and can use an Israeli tower near the border to get messages delivered. So I'm able to talk with one Palestinian. He says they're not getting much information because of the comms that are down across Gaza, but he said people are very scared inside. Tonight, those strikes continue at this hour, and we do expect this to be a very active front in the hours to come.
What he did at the end, right?
Just a massive amount.
Jesus Christ. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's all happening. Yeah. So, shit. That was an update from a person on the ground in Israel. They're saying that while we're watching what comes up in the following hours here, this is still the beginning, a very, very start of the beginning of the, well, invasion or expansion or something, whatever they're calling it, into Gaza. And, yeah. It is getting there. It is really getting there at this point. I mean, there's been no official statement from the Prime Minister. However, I am sure he's gonna make a statement once in a while, probably, or sometime, or whenever, or whatever. No, more strikes right there. A lot more right there. Holy shit. Still happening. Oh, I saw that. That was some gas right there. You can literally see that. This is Tel Aviv, by the way. God damn it. More of them, more of them, more of them. Look at that river joint right there. It's just turning. It's heading towards Gaza right now. So it's probably going to do rounds about just out here. It knows what's happening. It's just got the command. It's happening. Turn, you know. Or maybe it's going to do a whole line, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to be told to, you know, start focusing down here. I reckon that's what they're going to be told to do. Because why not? I mean, imagine what you know what's happening right now, you know. The factor is, those guys in that plane right there, they're probably told shit is happening in Israel right now at Gaza. They just launched that invasion there. You got to turn this goddamn plane. Hit down there. See what's happening. That's probably what they're doing right now. The U.S. is getting their bearings. You want to know what's happening. Well, I hear gunfire. Yeah, I hear gunfire. You can hear. I think it was an M2 or something. Like, but kind of like a, well, maybe not an M2, maybe. It's kind of like a burst fire going. That was probably a machine gun right there, because it had a fucking fifth. Ah, can't speak right now. It was a machine gun right there. It had a burst round. You heard that, you know. But yeah. Initial reports of explosions over the city of Eilat in southern Israel. Okay. Israeli Army spokesperson Peter Lerner, the expansion of military operations conducted by the Israeli Army does not mean the beginning of a ground operation. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, man. The fuck? What? Why do you keep backing down? Oh, really? Not right now. I don't really.
Den viden jeg får i plasmauddannelsen kan jeg bruge i praksis til at indstille de store maskiner.
Fuck what you think right now, you fucking asshole. He's probably not an asshole, just maybe a bit of an overstatement right there, but I'll just focus on other things. Anyways, initial reports indicate that so far RDF has encountered minimal resistance. The nature of the Ghana incursion seems to be limited. I like how, you know what I like? I like how, God damn it. I like how the Hamas forces said that, oh, we're ready to resist the Israelis, and then the Israeli goes in, and then now they're reporting minimal resistance. You know, they're ready to, you know, because Israel has 300,000. They're fighting a front with I don't know how many men, but it's not a lot. It cannot be a lot of men. How many men do you think they got left? I don't know. Not a lot. God damn it. The Israeli army. You see the Israeli army right now covering every angle possible for Gaza. Look at that. They're covering it all. They're looking at it all. Like how, I don't know, it just seems weird to me that now, you know, you're saying this is an expansion. What the fuck do you mean by this is an expansion into areas inside of Gaza? What does that mean? I mean, expansion? Are you invading or not? You can't expand into another country and then not call it an invasion. You know? I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying because, you know, it's kind of like Russia saying we didn't invade Ukraine. We just expanded into it. You know, it's like what the fuck? What does that even mean? You can't say we're not. Yeah. Like the Israelis, they like to play down things. I don't like it. Antonio Guterres, I repeat my call for humanitarian ceasefire in the Middle East, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the delivery of life-saving supplies that's skilled everyone needs. That was him. Okay, so Antonio Guterres, I believe, is the UN Security Council, whatever his name is. I think, what was he? Secretary General of the UN, right? He just called for a ceasefire, right? Sorry to say, bud. Don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, at this point, you think it's going to happen at this point? I don't know. I don't think so. Heavy, small arms fire noted along the border with the central Gaza Strip.
Rounds going.
Machine gun fire. Another Trey Yinks video right here. Oh, listen to that.
You can hear that machine gun fire here near to the Gaza border. Some tracer rounds going there. You can just get a sense of how active this front is. Those thuds in the distance, the airstrikes are really non-stop over the past several hours. And we do expect this to continue. The Israeli military says they are conducting an expanded raid into the Strip.
Such horseshit. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm conducting an expanded raid into another country. Yeah. Kind of like when Russia did their special military operation. And call it what it is. It's an invasion. You know, but yeah, okay. Yeah, you like your neighbor's house. You can expand into it. It's not an invasion. You just like it. You know, you just raid into it. Steal some food. Whatever. You know, whatever. It's just, I'm not invading your house. I'm not going into your house. I'm not breaking in. I'm just expanding. Come on, relax, okay? I mean, the thing I don't get is, where are they heading now? Because they're expanding into Gaza. They're in the north of Gaza. They're expanding into cities of Gaza. Where the fuck are you heading now, then? Are you gonna stay there, or are you gonna go back? What the fuck is the point of spending so much military equipment, and maybe even infantrymen, maybe even tanks, to go in and then go back, then say successfully done. We raided into the city. What's the fuck is? I mean, I think the point of this operation that we're watching right now is the I think it's the start of the full-scale, Patrick. I don't think it's the full-scale. I think what we're watching right now is the start of a raid into Gaza that I hope will threaten the Hamas forces so much that they will negotiate the release of the hostages. I believe what Israel is doing right now is saying, this is us giving you a final warning. I think what Israel is doing right now is giving Hamas a final warning. They're saying, look at what we can do. This is what we're doing. This is what we can do, and we just did it. You have one more. This is our last chance to give us all the hostages. If you don't do it, we won't stop next time. $100,000 in affiliate Hamas Defense Force also active. Source. It's 100,000 men. Okay. Well, how many is left at this point? I don't know, but you know, I mean, Hamas is still a big force. There's no way to put it. There's no other way to put it. They're a big force, but you know, they're still less than what Israel has. But yeah. A non-binding resolution calling for humanitarian truce in Gaza is adopted at the UN General Assembly. What? Hey, look at this. Afghanistan, obviously. Algeria, obviously. Afghanistan. Why the fuck is Afghanistan in the UN? What the fuck is the point of this? What? Where's Russia? Come on, give me Russia. Give me Russia. Give me Russia. Give me Russia. Denmark? Abstention. Okay. We didn't even vote. United States against. United States is against the truce fire. Yeah. That's the United States right there. Where is Russia? Russia. Russia's not in here. Is it not? Oh, it's not. How great. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Russian Federation. Yeah, Russian Fed right there. 120. And then one of them is a Russian Federation. Really? Rwanda just didn't show up, apparently. Republic of, what, Moldova? Abstains. Republic of Korea. Romania. Yeah. Israel. Israel, obviously, against. Would make sense. Well, what's the U.S. gonna? What are the UN gonna do? You can't do that, and then they're gonna go. Well, we're gonna do it anyways. Well, then UN is gonna go. Oh, okay. Oh, 10K. I was like 100,000. I mean, that's a lot of people. I just thought like, okay, so 100,000 affiliated Hamas Defense Force as active source. Okay, so 10,000. Okay, so 100,000. It's a lot. It's a lot. Well, maybe I don't know. I mean, I didn't. The capabilities of Hamas, I didn't know about that, but yeah. All I know is that they're less than Israel. That's all I said, really. Continued rapid gunfire can be heard from the area around northern Gaza. You can literally hear it live, literally in front of us right now. You can hear it live. I mean, it's happening. Nothing right now. I'm looking for news to come out. Apparently there are protests in Israel. Heavy... Okay, yeah, that was something important right there. Said that just a second ago here. Yeah. What have we learned since World War One and World War Two? Not much, dude. We learned that the faster a war, the better. That's the fact. There's one thing we learned from World War II and World War One. We learned a lot of technological advancements and all that kind of stuff, and the U.S. became the most dominant power in the world. But we learned that a shorter war is a better war because it takes less casualties with it. That's the only thing there. Atheist, welcome in. That's the only thing I know that we learned from it. I mean, maybe not. Maybe there's more. President Erdogan announces that he will organize a huge pro-Palestinian rally tomorrow in Istanbul. The leader of Turkey has just announced that he will hold a pro-Palestinian protest. Good there. Ooh, big explosions right there in the background. Erdogan, the fascist leader of a European country, said today that he did. I think. Did he state today? He said something. Yeah, Hungary and Slovakia have blocked 50 billion in Ukrainian aid. So Hungary and Slovakia will no longer supply aid to Ukraine. Is it a big loss? I don't know, but it's the image that's the biggest loss, you know? Is that it? Yeah, I mean, it appears that was that it? Are we? No, okay, no, it's not. Okay, just to make sure, just making sure. UN overwhelmingly calls for aid truce between Israel and Hamas. UN, useless nuts. The UN, useless nuts. That's what they are. Oh my god. That was a lot right there. You hear that? Alright, big. I think also one of the things that are I think one of the things that that is interesting about what's occurring right now is that Israel did offer a ceasefire in exchange for the release of all hostages to Hamas. I still think this is what's happening here. I believe that if, in fact, Israel pushes Hamas to the edge of you know, like, we're gonna push you so much, we're gonna hammer you, we're gonna conduct raids, we're gonna pretty much destroy everything you have, right? And when we're done with that, then we're gonna leave you alone. And if you don't release our hostages, we won't leave you alone. You know, I think that's what's happening. Being completely honest with you, that's what's happening. Hamas military wing Al-Qassam says we are confronting an Israeli ground incursion into Bad Hayun and east of Buriji, or something like that. Northern violent clashes are taking place on the ground, Al Jazeera reported. Okay. Yeah. Al Jazeera reports there. I mean, no other way to put it. They have invaded, technically, but it's not the ground of invasion. We know so far right now is that it's not the official ground operation, but it's an incursion or a raid. So yeah, that's what we know. That's what we're hearing. That's what we have. That's what I have for you. Not much else. Sorry, but I'm sure we'll get more as the coming days come along. If the hostages wasn't in Israel, wasn't in Hamas, and if Gaza did in fact release them, I think that they were gone for the invasion by now. Hamas says it's confronting an Israeli ground incursion inside the... Yeah, so he said that, but let's be honest. Are they really? Yeah, they're confronting it by... Okay, that hurt. They're confronting it by really not confronting it. You know, small numbers. If there were 10,000 servicemen, if 30,000, somewhere between that, of service members, the rest, right, is... I mean, the rest are people, if anything. And then they're up against 300,000... Well, I don't believe all of these... I don't believe every single one of the 300,000 soldiers that has been committed to the front as of right now. I believe that's how many there is in total. I don't believe every single one of them has been told to go in, but some of them, many of them probably have, right? So it's a lot right now. It's a lot. Christ. Yeah, I'm trying to find news coming out. Not a lot coming out right now. I believe they're still getting news. I mean, we're obviously watching that very closely. I mean, it's... You know, I'm going to check out if Trey Inks has anything up now. Any updates for us? Probably not, though. No, I think we watched the latest update from him as well. He's American. SIM card is...
I do want to just give you some new information because my source inside Gaza...
Alright, so there is some new information come out. There's Trey Inks right here, which is... So 2 minutes here.
I do want to just give you some new information because my source inside Gaza is texting me as we talk here. And I'm just going to read you exactly what he says to me. More tank fire into the northern part of Gaza. Again, it shows you just how close we are here. You can hear the tanks firing from the ridge that we are standing on into Gaza. And it takes a few seconds until the round actually hits its target, and then you hear a smaller explosion in the distance. Back to what I was saying here, though, about my source inside Gaza. More tank fire. But the source in the middle part of Gaza, he evacuated south following those warnings by the Israelis. And I asked him what the mood is tonight in Gaza. He says, unfortunately, no connection to know what's going on. Remember, he has a foreign SIM card, so he is bouncing these messages off an Israeli cell tower. There's no local cell signal in Gaza right now. He says, sound is very big and we're scared. Gaza tonight is alone. I can't confirm these airstrikes, the targets, people, civilians, or hospitals. We're trying to reach some people inside Gaza City, but no connection. This is a source that I have used to confirm information about what's happening in Gaza, so that is why he's giving me that last part. It gives you a sense there are more than 2 million Palestinian civilians in Gaza not affiliated with Hamas or Islamic Jihad. There are also thousands of Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters along the Strip. That is why this is so complicated, what's taking place. But we've got to talk about those civilians in Gaza who are innocent bystanders in all of this. And they are also terrified tonight. War is such a terrible thing. And when you think about what it is like inside the Strip, we've been there when war erupts. Not a war this large, though. And the amount of air power hammering Gaza, the artillery in the distance, this is the front line of a ground war between Israel and Gaza, and it is going to be incredibly challenging. It will be a bloody urban battle as these Israeli forces enter. And even if this is contained tonight to an extended raid inside the Gaza Strip, we are talking about these Israeli troops being immediately engaged. They will not simply roll into Gaza with tanks and APCs. They will face a fierce resistance from the factions inside the Strip, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And there is a battle raging behind us as we speak.
There you have it. Contained raid. However,
I do want to just give you some...
It's intense. Very, very intense. Nothing. Come on. Guys, you got anything for me? Come on. Get it up here. Have we got anything? No? Okay. Well, oh, here we have it. Hamas al-Qassam, we are confronting Israeli Grant... Okay, that one. I already read for you. Yeah. I think that's where we are right now. It's a contained operation inside Gaza against the Hamas. They are at war. They are fighting against each other, and things are happening at a rapid rate. And this is certainly a concerning event. I mean, things are taking place that I never seen before. But not the full-scale invasion. Not the full-scale invasion. However, the start of something, I'd say. And, yeah. They crossed here into northern Bayit, Hayun, and Abiyat, I think, or somewhere along that. This is where they are. That's as far as I know right now. As far as I know. I couldn't tell you anymore. Al-Mayadin is reporting the intense gunfire can be heard east of Khan Yashin, southern Gaza. Oh, really? So he's reporting that the intense gunfire can be heard from the southern part of Gaza. Well, obviously you can. Oh, you can hear it from here. If I go outside right now, I could probably hear some gunfire taking place. No. Missiles and drones launched from Yemen towards elite Israel. Missiles and drones has just been launched from Yemen. This is the start of it. I'm telling you right now, this is the start of it. You know? God damn. Yeah. Member of Political Bureau of Yemen. That's just told that. Live networks show a collapse in connectivity in the Gaza Strip. Well, that we knew that. Israel says it's okay. Keeping this okay. Israel says it's expanding ground operation in Gaza. Israel expanding a ground operation in Gaza. Daniel Haggerty. So to that, we already know that. I mean, listen. I've told you what I know. Here is the factor that Israel is launching a ground operation inside of Gaza to stay. So the thing I don't know right now is if they're gonna stay. That's what I don't know right now. Because what I'm wondering right now is, are they gonna raid the area and then go out? Because that's a raid. You know, you raid somewhere and then you leave it. That's not an invasion. You know, raiding is pretty much you go somewhere and then you go out. But if you go in somewhere and you stay, that's pretty much classification for an invasion right there for you. So that's what I'm looking for. And the dangerous part for me, what I'm looking at right now is the factor if they stay in that area, if they stay in such an area, what kind of attacks could they be expecting? I still think this is part of their efforts to try and get I still think this is part of their efforts to try and get brain work, to try and get their hostages back. There we go. No, our brain to work right now. It's fucking out the area right now. A spokesman for the Israeli force, Peter Lerner, has stated in an interview tonight that the expanded operation in Gaza is not the full-scale invasion we should be expecting. So my question is, when the goddamn hell is that goddamn full-scale invasion happening then? You know? I'm just wondering where the full-scale invasion is happening then. That's my wondering. There's something moving there. Yeah, so they have said it's not the full-scale invasion. So, calm down? I guess that's, you know. I mean, should we calm down? I mean, you know? Is it... I think what I'm just saying right now is I just want to look at how people are reacting to this situation here. And what I'm wondering is what comes next. Eventually, they're gonna have to conduct that full-scale operation, but I still think they just have to get that. They just have to get those hostages out of there. I think that's what their planning is. I think they want to destroy Hamas in their own ways, but I think they're gonna get the hostages out of there first, and then yeah, I reckon. High death toll among terrorists in massive airstrike today. Air Force bombarded tunnels deep in Gaza, terror hideouts and staging areas. Israel estimated Hamas fired at least 50% of its rockets so far. 7,500 of the 13,000 or to 15,000 rockets they have. They're saying they fired off 50%, which means they still got 50% more, but let's be honest here. They've been fighting for, if that's true, the Hamas could fight for another month, and then that's it, you know? Unless they make more, unless they get more, which they can't, you know? So, is Israel gonna wait a month? Are they gonna, you know, are they gonna make sure that, you know, they get all the... Are they gonna make sure that they get all the things out of there first? Are they gonna make sure that they get all the rockets out there first? Are we... You know, what exactly is happening right now, I don't know. But all I know is that there's a ground operation in Gaza right now. So, there you have it. And it seems to also have calmed down a little bit in the background there. We all got a little scared there, I think. We're all thinking, oh shit, you know, now it's the big boy, but... Not the big boy yet. Not the big boy yet. But I still think there could be dangers of escalation. I mean, what, you know... Sorry about that. That's just too much. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that. That was loud. Holy shit. Holy shit. Belarusian President Lukashenko. The World War III may begin in the Middle East. If they start bombing Iran from the sea, Iran will respond, and it is not a fact that the aircraft carrier will survive. They will sink. This is a disaster. Serious conflict may break out using the most serious weapons. Jesus Christ. Oh, you got it right there. That's the, that's your President Lukashenko. His statement says that this is the start of World War III for you right now. But, yeah. Oh, they got a P out. They got a P8 out there now. That's a sub hunter. United Kingdom got a sub hunter for. What terrorist organization is running submarines down there? That's what I wonder. What? Electronic? I mean, what the fuck? Maybe some kind of Russian sub? Oh. I don't know. Probably not. Hopefully not. Alright, well, guys, I have not eaten anything I've not eaten anything, and I need myself some dinner. So I'm gonna leave you up here with the stream, and we'll be right back in some time here. I'm just gonna make some food, so I'll be right back. The Al-Qassam brigades of Hamas are claiming that they're currently engaged against Israel armor and infantry at 3 points along the border with the northern Gaza Strip near the city of Beit Hayun and Bredje. Yeah, okay. Israel military has told international news organization Reuters and agency France Press that they cannot guarantee their safety of their journalists operating in Gaza Strip under Israel's bombardment and siege for almost 3 weeks. What? They're calling for a 3-week bombardment and siege? Holy shit, is that... Okay, so that's where we are right now. French jets join NATO drills in Romania to bolster defense. We have lost contact to our staff in the Gaza. So, a siege and brigade bombing, pretty much. Apart from the attack in northern, the Israel army has also launched a ground incursion into Bredje in the most suitable place to launch an armored attack north of Wadi Gaza nature reserve and the Wadi stream following through. Does the IDF want to cut Gaza in two? Really? Oh, you think they're gonna cut it in two? That's interesting. You know why I think that's interesting? Because if what they want to do right now is drag a lot of people towards. So here, look. So what they want to do, I think. So this is by Hanun. This is where they're fighting as well, but they're also fighting here. I don't know if their plan is to literally cut off the north, because they told all of the civilians. They've told all the civilians, right? They've told them all to move down here towards the northern part, and then what they could be doing right now is actually cut off this part of Gaza, northern part. 90% of all civilians have left this area. So what they're saying now is that they believe that there are the majority, maybe even the leadership, is in the northern part, and then they're going to cut off. That's interesting. So what, they want to siege? Oh, sorry. They want to siege Gaza. Oh, okay. So they're fighting a medieval warrior style right now. Because what I think they want to do, I think what they're doing right now is they want to cut off Gaza. Pretty much.
This is the most significant response.
We get Trey Inks up here. He's live right now on Twitter. We'll get him over here.
And early in the morning, Hamas military...
God damn it. 1 second.
Not only Israel, but also its ally, the United States, bracing for what will be difficult days ahead. And so, in terms of the scene along the border here tonight, you just heard that explosion there. We have seen tank fire from the ridge behind me headed into the Gaza Strip. We have also, like I said, seen artillery going out, airstrikes in the distance. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments below. I'll try to get to them. And again, throughout the day and night, we have continuing coverage on Fox News. Not just here from southern Israel, we have teams across the country, along the border with Lebanon, teams in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, all over. I also want to get to the situation inside Gaza. I've been talking with a source that is in the center part of the Gaza Strip, someone that I've known for a long time, getting information about what's taking place there. And we
know it's incredibly challenging for the more than 2 million civilians that are living in Gaza. This source is a civilian, and he explained they've been hearing the loud explosions all night. The strikes have not been focused on the area that he's at in the central part of the Strip. Remember, Gaza is about 25 miles long, anywhere from 3 to 5, even a little wider at some points, miles wide. But this source giving us some new insight about what's happening in Gaza. And remember, you might have seen the reports already tonight. Cell service and internet service is down for most Gazans. People who are using a Palestinian SIM card. Jawal is the network that Palestinians in Gaza are using.
Jets going right
so this source is using an American phone with a U.S. SIM card, and he says it's bouncing off an Israeli tower. He's getting Cellcom, which is a network provider that you would get in southern Israel. And he's describing the situation there. And he's someone who has provided information to our team throughout this conflict as we try to report not just what's happening in southern Israel, but also inside the Gaza Strip. And he explained that he's been trying to contact different people in Gaza City and cannot get through. The focus tonight appears to be on the northern part of Gaza. And I want to touch on something we reported earlier today on Fox News Channel. And I'll have more of that reporting on Fox later tonight. We will be at 5 p.m., tune in to Fox. 6 p.m., tune in, special report. This will be an ongoing story. What you just heard there, more outgoing fire into the Gaza Strip. The Israelis are describing what's happening right now as an expanded raid. The past few nights, they've been entering the Gaza Strip with D9 bulldozers, these armored bulldozers, and following those bulldozers are tanks, most of them from the Givati Brigade, and also infantry troops that are destroying Hamas and Islamic Jihad positions near to the border. They're trying to lay the groundwork for what comes next, the second phase of all of this. So we've been reporting the past 21 days in southern Israel, every single day on Fox, providing updates. You've seen some of the updates here on X. I think it's a great platform to share these updates in real time. But I want to talk about this morning in some of our fresh reporting. I was with a small group of journalists, 6 of us, in the Kiryat, the Pentagon of Israel. And we met with Yoav Gallant, the country's defense minister. And it was an extensive conversation. Most of the conversation is off the record. We can't talk about it, but I want to bring you some of the reporting that we collected and that we are able to tell you about on the record, just to give you some insight into what the Israeli military leadership is thinking in all of this, because there are many questions about what's taking place, not just here in southern Israel, but also what the situation looks like in Gaza. We have to be patient. We have to be disciplined in this coverage. You've seen it throughout the past 21 days. We are taking our time with this reporting. What we can confirm, we will bring to you live on Fox and also here on X. In terms of the operation, once it does begin, Israel's defense minister, when I asked him how long it would last, he said it's not a question of weeks, but a question of months. So we're talking about months of fighting on the ground. Overhead, I can hear Israeli jets in the air, an indication they may be getting ready to strike something on the Gaza Strip behind me. And also asked the defense minister when this would begin, and he simply said, we are close, but didn't explain the specific day, which is understandable given the sensitivity of what's taking place behind us right now. I do want to talk also about the mission of the Israeli army as described to us by the country's defense minister. He said, the focus is on the destruction of Hamas's military and governing capabilities, also the return of the hostages. More than 229 people are being held inside the Gaza Strip. They were taken into Gaza forcefully on the 7th of October. And the third point that he noted was securing Israel's southern arena, where we're at right now along the Gaza border, and then finally deterring Israel's adversaries in the region. So we are talking about Hezbollah in Lebanon and other Iranian proxies that have actually launched attacks on U.S. interests in the region, Iranian-backed Iraqi Shia militias, some militias in Syria, the Houthi rebels in Yemen, that have the capability to launch drones and even missiles. And you just saw that explosion right there. That was an airstrike along the Gaza Strip. You're watching it live here on X. And like I said, at the top of the hour, I will be live on Fox News for the 5, and then also at the top of the 6 p.m. Eastern Time hour, another airstrike there for a special report with Brett Baer. So I continue to cover this story on the ground, 21 days in. We will have updates for you every single day of the war. You can hear that explosion there, another airstrike. But this is a fluid situation. It's an active southern front, and we have to be accurate with our reporting. So we will be patient and continue to do the due diligence that this requires. If you find this useful, the information, I will be posting raw video updates. I post here and across social media platforms. I encourage you to follow me. Be sure to follow the Fox News channel page. Tune in. We will have live reports. And thank you again. Talk to you soon.
All right. Well, that was Trey Inks right there. That's pretty good. That was a pretty good sum up of what's happening. Again, Trey Inks on Twitter. If you are missing anything, go follow him. I have got my food here. I will be in the background here, but not talking. Anything serious happens, I'll tell you. Okay, so, hi, I'm back. So what I'm hearing, it's not true. Well, it's true, but it's not known in what they're saying in Jordan, right? The Jordan Prime Minister came out and said that the ground invasion had started, which is not directly true. However, whether or not the Israeli ground invasion of Gaza has actually started, I don't think it's that clear. I'm hearing contacts in Jordan and Iraq that people there assume it has, and that might or might not trigger a response. Yeah. IDF using guerrilla tactics in Gaza so far to confuse Hamas. Israel forces launch pinpoint range in different location, rapidly going in and out. Really? Rapidly going in and out. That's quite that's something. Almost half of Israel opposed to immediate Gaza ground invasion. I still hear machine guns in the background there. Clashes are ongoing between pro-Palestine Hamas members and Israel forces across the West Bank tonight, with heavy gunfire being exchanged near the city of Jericho. Okay. So, clashes ongoing with pro-Palestine Hamas members and Israeli forces in Jericho. And Jericho, what's that? That's not in Gaza, is it? No, it's Palestine. Is it? How's that even possible? They're saying that there's heavy gunfire near Jericho. This right here is... Holy shit. This right here is the city, and they're saying it's near that? That's impossible. Because they're so far in between. Oh, you can hear glass. That hit a house. Jesus Christ. That's probably Jadem's right there for you. Holy shit. Fucking Christ. That was loud. That was huge. 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 I'm hearing gunfire still. You can hear it. And gunfire taking place in the background there. Small burst fire right there. Yeah, still a lot of stuff happening. Sorry. Reading a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff happening in the background there as well. We're hearing more stuff coming out. The U.S. Aircraft carrier USS Dwight D. Eisenhower will cross the Strait of Hormuz to be stationed in the Persian Gulf in the southern Iran, a senior Pentagon official told Al Jazeera, amid escalation of conflict between Tehran and Washington. U.S. aircraft carrier. You guys remember during a time when the Soviet Union tried to expand their communist rules into it was just after World War II, and the Soviet Union tried to expand their rules and their reach into Turkey, I think it was. That prompted the U.S. to send one of their largest aircraft carrier into that area there for a friendly visit. I'd imagine this is the exact same thing right now. We're going to the Persian Gulf for a friendly visit. A member of Houthi terrorist group in Yemen has posted tonight Eilat, likely in reference to the southern Israel city of Eilat, where explosions were heard earlier, with this post suggesting that how it's probably had something to do with it. Who's that? Is that a oh, yeah, okay. It's a terrorist group. Okay, it's terrorist organization. Another one. I mean, all these organizations, I don't know idea what they, you know. But, big ass friendly visit coming from the United States. Oh, fighter jet. Striking coming. Fighter jet up. Fighter jet up. There's 100% of striking coming right now, I think. Maybe not. Oh, World Health Organization says it's unable to contact staff in Gaza. Right. Well, seems for a false alarm there. But, yeah. Well, Al Jazeera can no longer broadcast. Al Jazeera is the guys that was you might have seen broadcasting before, or talking about a lot of things here. We have the, oh, look at that. Bitter River Joint heading down there right now. Just check one thing out here. I just want to, what was talking about? Fox News here. Let's see if Trey Inks is up at this point. Not know if he is. No, he's not up yet. Alright, he said 5 p.m. or 5 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock at night, probably. That's in a while. Is it 5 p.m. or 5 p.m. or like 6 p.m.? Or like, it's quite a far from now. I'm trying to keep an eye on what Trey Inks is posting because he's on the ground. I mean, he's... If anybody knows anything, it's Trey Inks, you know? Yeah, I mean, if anybody knows anything, it's Trey Inks, but he's not posted anything right now. I think things are just they're conducting small arms raid into the territory of Gaza. They're going back and forth right now. Rocket attacks continue to strike. That is what appears to be occurring as of the moment right now. Other things I'm not aware of. It is believed that some Arab communities or countries believe that the invasion of Gaza has commenced. Now we are watching for, of course, the escalation point. I think is the point that we're trying to make here. The escalation point is where will there be other things happening? Is there other things that's gonna happen? Is it gonna escalate? Is it gonna move further? What's happening right now is what we're looking for, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on it, of course. But yeah, things are still unfolding as we're talking here, and it's still the very early hours of a new world, you know. It's the very early hours of the new world, if you could put it. I think that is the right way to put it. The New World Order, or how you could put it. Or at least the idea of a new world is happening. Fighter jet. Yeah. There you have it. That's what I was looking for. Holy shit. Holy shit right there. I mean, that's the indications right now. There's airborne divisions. Yep. Escalation point, certainly. The Israeli foreign minister reject the despicable call of the UN for a ceasefire outright. Israel intends to act to eliminate Hamas just as the world acted against the Nazis and ISIS. Right. Well, during the crisis of Nazis, we didn't have the useless UN, did we? We might have had it. We might have had the useless UN, but back then they were less useless. You know? Because nowadays they're afraid to even lift a fucking finger to do anything. It's like, yeah. Come on. You know, they keep, like, anything, any country nowadays, no country nowadays is allowed to defend themselves unless the UN says it's fine. Because anything done against a country without any repercussions, the UN always have to call out. They always have to say to everybody that, oh, you can't do that because, well, oh, you know, you have to remember that, oh, you have to not make sure you don't, you know, blah, 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 fucking blah, right? It's fucking ridiculous, because I tell you what the reality is, you're allowed to defend your country, no matter the fucking means, okay? If you play dirty, play dirty. That's playing dirty. You can hear him come in. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Holy shit. You can hear, yeah, it's hitting houses. You can definitely hear the glass hitting the ground there. You're falling back down now. Yeah, that landed the ground there. Rockets fired from Syria towards Israel, just reported by Vicegrad. Holy fucking shit.
Man kunne bruge til at afsyre møbler med.
Come on. Rockets fired from... This is just reported. Not sure if it's true, but it appears that there has been rockets fired from Syria towards Israel. We are not aware if the Arabian world are conducting raids against Israel, not on ground, but in the air. It appears so. I mean, yeah. And Israel... no, that's nothing. Don't really care about that. A lot of protests coming up around the world right now. Yeah, I don't know. That was a lot right there. That is a lot of strikes right there. That's certainly Israeli. I mean, that I know. That I know. And by the way, if you're hearing reports on Twitter about U.S. Special Forces entering the West Bank or the coast of Gaza, that's misinformation, okay? It's not true. Okay? There's been reports of people saying that there was U.S. forces in Gaza. That's not true, okay? It's misinformation. Don't believe what you read. Do not believe what you read. That's completely untrue, okay? There is no U.S. forces in Gaza. No U.S. forces in Gaza. Israel Foreign Minister calls UN General Assembly resolution despicable. Yeah, it is. Travel State Department, Lebanon. The State Department recommends the U.S. citizens in Lebanon leave now while commercial flights remain available due to unpredictable security situations. Please see available flights options at Beirut International Airport. You should have a plan of action for crisis situation that does not rely on the U.S. government's assistance. The best time to leave a country is before a crisis, if all that possible. U.S. military assisted evacuation of civilians from a foreign country are rare. This is no guarantee the U.S. government will evacuate private U.S. citizens and their family members in a crisis situation. In the event of a U.S. military assisted evacuation does occur, a focus will be on helping U.S. citizens. The U.S. government in general cannot provide in-country transportation during a crisis. This includes transportation to points of departure. You will not be able to bring pest with you on the U.S. military assisted evacuation from Lebanon. You will have to sign a promissory note to reimburse the embassy Beirut U.S. government for the cost incurred in the case of assisted evacuation. Embassy Beirut consular section is open for emergency U.S. citizen services, including passport services, on a walk-in basis between 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. It is currently only issuing emergency passports, which are valid for 1 year. U.S. citizens who need emergency assistance should complete our crisis intake form. The Travel State Department has just come out with a statement calling for evacuation and for people to leave Lebanon. This was reported by them 14 minutes ago. There is no other way to put this. This means that they are watching something happening in Lebanon very closely. Probably the UN security forces in that area maybe could be watching that at the moment right now. Yeah, holy shit. More taking place there. During the significant escalation of fighting tonight in Gaza Strip and the southern Israel, the U.S. State Department has released another level travel alert for Lebanon, continuing the state that American nationals should attempt to depart the country while commercial flights and boats are still available. However, what is different about this alert is the military-assisted evacuation that brought up with a number of rules for these kind of evacuation being listed, including but not limited to no unreliable transportation for depart sites and requirement to repay the U.S. government for the evacuation. Jesus Christ. There's no joke here. Beirut Airport on high alert. The Beirut Airport Management issued a circular with evacuation. I can't read those words there. With evacuation guideline for emergencies. Lebanon Minister of Public Work and Transport explained that this circular directed airlines, ground services. Why can't you just say normal words? Service companies and investors. It's part of the precautionary measures within the emergency plan. The airport remains operational and continues its task. Airport has been on high alert just now. Literally just now. Yeah. The Israel Defense Force have notified routes and agents defense press that they could not. Oh, that was a long time ago when that guy came out with us, like years later. Yeah, they've notified the reporters inside Gaza they can't provide them security because while they're, conducting a lot of explosions right now. There you have it. That hurts. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. Eesh. They're still going. Okay, total small little break right there, but they're still going right now. Look like they just picked up the goddamn rating once. Oh, there we go, yeah. They're conducting strikes with what appears to be jets. The Chinese former PM is dead, actually. So a Chinese former PM died today. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Gaza is still on a blackout right now. Does not have any form of contact with the outside, or at least as far as we know of. The way we're putting it right now is that they're they're not. You don't have any way of actually contacting the outside as far as we know of right now. So that's the way I'm putting. Hello. Oh, you guys can hear me. I just this thing down here. It's not popping up anymore. Yeah, Streamlabs is being a bit of a bitch right now, but I think you guys should be able to hear me pretty good. I don't know. Al-Qassam brigades and all Palestinian resistance forces are fully prepared to confront the aggression with the full force and thwart the incursions. The Israeli army escalation of its horrific blah 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 blah. No, just fucking fuck off. But they're not. You can hear me? Oh, it's back now. Yeah, I don't know. It's Streamlabs. It's that little thing down there where I can see if you guys can hear my thing or not. It's not showing up, but you can hear me, so I don't really care. I'll just not look at it. The stream is fine. It's just Streamlabs think it's special and doesn't want to really work that much. So, you know. Okay, so the EU leaders support humanitarian pauses and Israel-Palestine peace initiatives. Of course they do. More explosions just occurred right there. It's gotta hurt. Okay. Baya. Here it is. It's coming in. It's coming in. Yeah, it's coming in. Oh, that's one flying back. Yeah, it flies back. Like, you can hear the jet. You can literally hear it. Oh, yeah, there you go. I know they conduct a lot of things, but, you know, this is unprecedented. It's a lot. Let me know if you can hear me. Alright, fair enough. Danke. Yep. Shit. That was loud. Holy shit. By the way, I was sitting here and I was talking about you know, the fact that this could be an incursion of the Israeli Israeli forces going into Gaza to put pressure on Hamas to release hostages. And Israeli radar came out with this. Israel's still not officially declaring a ground invasion of Gaza, likely in a bid to give last chance to hostage release deal. U.S. officials says that IDF launched a limited incursion for now. So it's believed that this right here is the limited incursion into the area of Gaza, in the northern Gaza, and maybe even to cut off Gaza. That's another thing we'll look at. But to give the forces of that area, there we go again. All right, to give the forces of the area, that area a chance, the Hamas forces and the people that are supposedly still within the northern part, or at least in Gaza, to give the chance of that to be, there you go again, to give the chance for those civilians to be released and hostages to be released. I know. I'm pretty smart. No. Holy shit right now. It is just gone. It is just popping off right now. It is insane right now. It's actually insane right now. It is not going great right now. You can hear the sirens just going off in the background there. That's probably very likely ambulances in the area back there. Ooh, there we go. Yep. Yeah, I'd imagine that if they go full scale, this is Israel going incursion. You know, when they go full scale, it'd probably be much like this. I think it's going to be much like this, but it's certainly going to be, you know, then they go all in. And the meaning by going all in means that they're going to... Another one's coming right now, I think. I can hear another one coming. You know, when they go all in, that's going to be an all-in incursion right there for you. And that's going to be beside the factory, you know. There you go again. More and more just coming in there. God damn it. God damn it. Trying to look for anything right now. Coming out. Massive explosions reported near Indonesian hospital in Gaza following non-stop IDF strikes. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. You know what they do, right? They say like, oh, it's near hospital. Oh, it's near building. Right. That's because the factor is here, guys, that the factor is Hamas is hiding under hospitals. So they're trying to target everything around the areas. But hopefully they can do whatever they can do, you know. Hopefully they can do a precision targeting. Well, I mean, you don't need proof to the fact that this Gaza is being pounded right now. You don't need proof because we can hear it. Christ. There's nothing from the White House. I was just waiting to look if there's anything like maybe a press briefing, anything. There's nothing. I mean, tomorrow yes, there might be something, but at this moment in time, nothing. Nothing from any of them. No, nothing there. Just checking through everything right now. Nothing really, nothing really. More. There you go. The hospital's not hit yet. Yeah. Certainly is a kind of not yet situation, I'd say. One of those near misses, maybe. There you have it. Free speech. Welcome in. It's just insane right now. It is non-stop. I mean, non-stop, you know? So much air activity, you can hear it up there. Kind of like sounds like drones or something. Oh, there you go. Another one just hit. Oh, one coming in now. Yeah, there you go. Jesus Christ. Such fucking insane right now. How is anyone surviving that? How is any Hamas members surviving that? You know, it's, yeah. Well, that's just how it is, free speech. Two senior U.S. officials have told CBS News that the Israel strikes and ground operation tonight in the Gaza Strip appears to be a rolling start to the full-scale invasion of Gaza. A rolling start, a incursion that's gonna turn into the full-scale invasion. I mean, come on, let's be honest here, guys. At this point, we can't not assume that this is the start of the invasion. Not the official start, but the starting point, the shooting gun. Can you put it like that? The shooting gun. As of now. going through Twitter right now. If anything comes out, I'm checking as much as I can check. At the moment, the U.S. officials are saying that's, you know. So many explosions in the background there. We're hearing, I think, JDAMs or some kind of air launch from fighter jets taking place there. There's another one coming in now. There you go. Just as I was talking about it. Talking about the sun, right? Yeah, there you go. One more. Two more. It's insane. It's really insane. Yep, one more. Yeah, there you go. Come on. You hear the things falling down like it launched, you know, 10 meters in the air and then falling down. Oh, it's kind of sudden. Oh, that one in the background there. EU affirms security commitments to Ukraine, pledge winter aid. That's great. It's good. It's good. Love it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, have it again. Well, that's what I was saying about the UN. They don't really have any power because Israel just said we reject all calls for ceasefire by the UN, and then the UN is going to go, oh well, we did our job. You know, we did our job. We can't do much more. You know, we did our job. I mean, listen, hey, you know, we told them that it was wrong, so you know, we did our job. We can go home and sleep now. We you know, we're good. We're good. We're fine. There you have it. More than just a few rockets there, as we're hearing just more than what I would call extreme. At this point, you know, the things falling down from the sky there again. Wow. I mean, listen, we only really have the UN to be able to tell us once in a while to, you know, don't do it. But when a country makes up its mind, and usually they do it. Usually some of the European countries and usually some of the European countries they listen to what the UN has to say, but the US, you know, Israel, people like that, they don't really do that. They don't actually listen to what the UN has to say, because when the US makes up its mind, the US has made up its mind. When Israel makes up its mind, it's made up its mind. You know? That's the US for you right there. They don't really do it. CBS. Oh, sorry. So we're just doing.
Yeah,
like
guys,
this.
just a few minutes ago, we saw rockets coming off of the northern part of the Gaza Strip. I want to just show you on my phone here the alerts that came in. All of these cities had people heading to bomb shelters, and the list just goes on and on. It's an indication that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, despite the heavy airstrikes that you heard earlier in the hour across the northern part of Gaza, have maintained their capability to fire on major population centers. We asked the defense minister about this earlier today, and he didn't have a clear answer on why that is the case. We do understand from our previous reporting and intelligence officials we've talked to in Israel that the factions inside Gaza have around 15,000 rockets. So eventually they will run low on their supplies. Over the past several days, we've actually seen them reduce fire at night. Initial reports from the Israeli military after the first few days of this conflict, and you can hear the Israeli fighter jets overhead, likely headed to their next target in Gaza. But the initial reports in the early days of this conflict were that Hamas and Islamic Jihad reduced their fire to 200 to 400 rockets a day. Still, it is enough fire to threaten the communities along the border. And in addition to that, there have been infiltration attempts, not just in the northern, but also the eastern border between Israel and Gaza. And it's been incredibly difficult for the troops and civilians. That was a huge airstrike right now along the Gaza border. It just shakes the ground here. But it really gives you a sense that they are trying to target as many of the different positions. You just see another one there in the distance. There's a soldier walking behind me. They're using this hill to scope out much of the area and also correct their fire. That's how close we are to Gaza, bringing you this story. We've also seen some images from inside the Gaza Strip that show the aftermath and the explosions from the inside, and it is significant damage being done to the northern part of Gaza. Remember, it was last week the Israelis started to warn civilians.
I don't want to say majority of what you're hearing, right? Majority of that is not even coming from this stream right here. It's majority of what you're hearing, those explosions, are coming from this stream, which is live. This is just a recording from Trey Yinks, who's a reporter on the ground. Just want to watch this right here because he's the one who knows the most right now.
civilians to head south of Wadi Gaza, the valley that separates the northern part of Gaza from the southern part of Gaza. I'm texting tonight with a civilian inside Gaza. He says they can hear the strikes, but their location is okay, indicating the Israelis are focusing their efforts, their strikes, and their artillery on the northern part of the Strip.
Trey, and we can see over your right shoulder, we saw that flash right when you said that there was a strike. So our viewers are able to see that as you're speaking. But you sent out at 9:57 a.m. I want to underscore that's more than 3 hours ago. 9:57 a.m. nonstop strikes against northern Gaza. So has this been going on for 3 hours?
Yeah, it's been going on for 3 hours. And as I'm talking to you here, we're getting more updates. And I'm texting people inside Gaza to get an idea of what they're seeing. A lot of the civilians have moved south. They took these warnings seriously, and they were given flyers from the air that were dropped by the Israelis. And I actually picked one up and meant to show it to you guys earlier, and I'm going to pull it out here now. The flyers that were dropped by Israel have instructions on them, telling people where to go. And the wind actually floated one of these flyers here to this location, and I meant to show it to you earlier, but it's been quite an active night. You can actually see this is a flyer that the Israelis tried to drop in Gaza. The wind took a few of them over to this location along the border. But there's a map of the Gaza Strip here, and remember, Gaza is 25 miles long, and they are calling on all civilians to move to the southern part of the Strip. This little corner here, it says humanitarian aid zone. And we haven't been able to confirm that they're actually delivering any aid to that specific location. But again, according to that source inside Gaza, and all the writing is in Arabic so that people in Gaza can understand the Palestinian population there of more than 2 million people. But again, the sources that we are talking to indicate there are not airstrikes just south of Khan Yunis in the middle part of Gaza. So this is a specific effort by the Israelis to hammer the northern part of the Strip and try to soften the target ahead of what is expected to be a ground operation in the coming hours or days. We simply don't have that information, and we won't be able to confirm that a ground operation has started until it does.
Trey, it's Emily. Those leaflets called to mind what the United States dropped in southern Iraq in early October 2002. I was just looking at them at the CIA on Friday. I wanted to ask you a question about after your meeting this morning. You said that there were many things off the record. You told us about the talking points, however, that you were able to share. What did that leave you with in terms of a feeling after this meeting, off the record? Did you feel confidence? Did you feel more relief? Did you feel a sense of can you describe that in conjunction with what you are now seeing right now?
Look, we're focused on gathering as many facts on the ground as we can from Israel and also from inside Gaza. I think leaving the meeting today with the defense minister, we got a lot of new information, and it's been challenging to parse through what we can use. I've been in contact with intelligence sources and also defense ministry sources because it's such sensitive information. We didn't just hear from the defense minister himself, but he actually showed us some more video that I hadn't seen before, gruesome, graphic video of October 7th, of the massacre here in southern Israel that we've covered extensively.
I'm sorry, it is just getting, I mean, this video is 12 minutes long. I do intend to watch the whole thing, because you got to watch this guy right here. He knows what he's talking about, but the only reason why I don't have it on full screen is because, well, that's literally live from Gaza right now. That's live right there. It's fucking insane.
Really, to explain why this is taking place, we also looked at a map that I'm going to describe, but we can't show you again because it's classified, showing the tunnels that the groups inside Gaza, Hamas and Islamic Jihad, have dug beneath critical infrastructure inside Gaza. And that's one of their biggest concerns. The tunnels are going to be used to ambush the troops when they enter. And so my biggest takeaway from that meeting was the concern by the highest person in the Israeli military, the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, for his forces, because he understands there will be casualties on the ground when the Israelis do enter. They will be immediately ambushed by Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters. There are thousands of them throughout the Gaza Strip. They have tunnels, they have IEDs, they have roadside bombs. They will use suicide vests, small arms, RPGs that they are actually making inside Gaza. Remember, we brought you that story showing you the images. And so we could hear that come in, so I just stopped talking so you could hear it in the distance. The explosions here along the border are, again, the heaviest that we have heard since this war began 21 days ago. But despite these strikes, and again, significant strikes against Gaza, and explosions, artillery, and also naval shelling, they've not been able to stop the rocket fire. And even tonight, hundreds of thousands of Israelis heading to bomb shelters, understanding that they remain under threat. And inside Gaza, similar fears from Palestinian civilians who are trapped amid the crossfire. And that is the complicated environment that the Israelis are dealing with. They know they will be fighting a war from civilian territory, and it will be against an enemy that is not afraid to die.
Trey, it's Daga McDowell. Where you are along the border with Gaza, but in Israel, have all the Israeli civilians in that area, have they completely cleared out? How far inland are they? Do you encounter anyone on a day-to-day basis who is not involved with the military and the IDF?
That's a great question. In this area, the town that we're in, and I'm being careful with locations and names just given how sensitive tonight is, but only 10% of the population remained a week ago when we asked a local official about this information. In terms of today, there are not many shops in this area open. There are a few soldiers around and a few civilians that are refusing to leave despite the closed military zone starting at the edge of this community and going south along the Gaza border. We've seen a few local residents watching these strikes, but many of these towns near to Gaza are ghost towns. There's an understanding that this is one of the most significant wars Israel has faced in the country's history. The massacre that took place on October 7th is being described by officials, civilians alike, as the darkest day in Israel's history. This is an incredibly challenging moment for the entire country. They are facing an active war here on the southern front. You've seen the airstrikes live behind me, the rocket fire toward major population centers, but also the northern front with Lebanon and Hezbollah, an organization that has precision-guided missiles, hundreds of thousands of missiles, and they're all aimed at the Jewish state. And remember, a few years ago, we sat down with then Defense Minister Benny Gantz, a man who is now in the war cabinet, a former opposition leader, but someone who has now joined this government in part in the war cabinet. And he showed us a map of all of the launching positions across southern Lebanon. And we couldn't show you the map because it was a classified document, but let me describe it to you. If you were to take a piece of paper and it had a map of Lebanon on it, and you took a red marker and you just made as many dots as possible in southern Lebanon, that's what the map looked like. It was hard to see the terrain beneath because there were so many launching points. And the Israelis know that the real concern is not the rocket fire from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, it's the missile fire from Hezbollah. We've brought you these stories, talking with Western intelligence sources who showed us evidence of the Iranian regime smuggling weapons from Iranian territory through Iraq and Syria on the ground and then into Lebanon, and also flying them into Damascus and Aleppo and then smuggling them into southern Lebanon, into the hands of Hezbollah. And those weapons they have one purpose: to fire them at Israel. And that's the real concern for the top military leadership in this country.
You know, Trey, I want to emphasize something you said at the beginning of the program, which is the psychological impact this has on civilians in Israel. A colleague of mine, former colleague, is in Tel Aviv, and he said in his area, it says you get an alert, you have 90 seconds to take cover. And he said it's hard to determine what the best thing to do for your child is. He has a 6-year-old. Do you allow them some normalcy, like walking to the park, knowing that at any moment you could be at the park? You get an air raid siren, and you've got 90 seconds. Describe for me what it's like there for civilians.
It reminds me of the early days of Ukraine, when the Russians invaded, and how the entire population was experiencing a collective trauma. Israel is at war, but the war is not just physical here along the border. The minds of the Israeli people are traumatized. They watched their countrymen be slaughtered. People were killed in their homes as they were resting on Shabbat, a Saturday morning that was supposed to be a peaceful, quiet day. And it turned into the bloodiest massacre this country has ever seen. And just to give you an example, and I think he'll be okay with me sharing this. Our cameraman's grandson, he dressed up as a soldier. And he just wanted to, his father came home from reserve duty, and he wanted to show him that he was supporting him. And he's just a young child, and it just gives you a sense. We've seen so many of these. I think this war plays out on the minds of children more than anything. We met this other little child named Raphael. He was pretending to be a police officer. He said he wanted to do anything he could to help his country at war.
Wow, Raphael, those little children, they are in our prayers because they are affected by all of this too. Trey Yingst, great stuff. Thank you very much.
You got that right, Desire. This is insane. So many rocket strikes, so many everything, so much shit just happening right there again. Constantly, I mean, this might not be the full ground invasion, but it is percentage points away from being the exact ground invasion. It is at the scale of what you would call a ground invasion. And I don't think it's gonna go down. I think it's gonna keep going up. I'll be honest with you, we are at that point of no return. I mean, that's where we are right now. I am interested in seeing the Hamas response in terms of delivering hostages in negotiations for ceasefire, which I still believe is the main goal of what's happening right now. I still believe that their main goal is to get the hostages released, get their families home, and then, you know, yeah. What comes next is the bigger point, but yeah, you know, there you have it. It's just insane. There you go again. Coming in. Yep. You know, this is life there, and I be honest with you, I don't think anybody's gonna get a lot of sleep this night. Israel is taking the Gaza war to the next level, but IDF is also watching Lebanon closely. Time to rest. Dramatic days ahead. Israel radar just said that. Yeah. They're saying time to rest. Let them rest. Let them rest. That is extreme. 2 Eurofighters Typhoon multiple role fighter jets with the British Royal Armed Forces have departed from an airbase in Turkey and are currently heading south over the eastern Mediterranean. That's Flight Trader. Raider, not Trader. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's true. There you have it. That's 2 Typhoons right there. Did indeed take off from Turkey. Heading out towards the Mediterranean. Wonder where they are going. More planes coming in. As these developments are occurring, there are Loadmasters and transport planes heading in towards... A Ukrainian plane is also heading towards an area. It looks like it's heading towards Israel or not. This could all be civilian evacuation programs. You have the United Kingdom right now who's heading what appears to be in a direction of Lebanon. We believe that they are watching, I believe that they are watching something develop. Not the lot of the Russian air activity. That appears to be quite quiet. Is that a Cobra? Oh, it's not Cobra Ball. River Joint. River Joint's up. That's a... Okay, Boeing RC-135 straddle tanker. For the RC, that's a River Joint, but that one apparently a straddle tanker as well, but I don't know. Maybe I messed up the name on that one. DC-10. Some DC-10s up right now. Douglas. Over Japan, some air activity. It showed up on Flight Trader as well. There you have it. Yeah. Fighter jets in the Mediterranean. I think evacuation is taking place in Lebanon as well. Perhaps. Or at least in the areas around. Such fucking insane. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many rockets that is. I mean, we're certainly heading towards the hundreds points at this. You know, at this point, we're probably heading towards the 100 point. Gunfire as well. I just heard a bursting there from a machine gun or something. More Trey Inks for you.
Just another update from the Israel-Gaza border. The airstrikes targeting the northern part of the Gaza Strip continue at this hour. They've reduced a little bit, as has the artillery along the border, but the fire continues. We don't have a lot of information on where exactly the Israelis are inside Gaza. We know the focus of this fire, likely to soften the target. You can still hear some of that outgoing there. Was on the northern part of the Gaza Strip. There were some reports online that I couldn't independently confirm about tank fire right on the northern border of Gaza with Israel. But tomorrow morning we will have way more information about this, and I'll bring all of that to you here. In terms of what this means, this is clearly the next phase of the war. This is the most significant response by the Israelis since the October 7th massacre. And we know this is not a matter of days or weeks, but rather months, according to Israeli military leadership. And so we will keep following this day by day and see what develops here and keep you posted.
I think it's safe to say that we are not at the moment in time right now where it's going to be over tomorrow. That's a complete lie, because it's not going to be over tomorrow. It's going to continue, and it's going to continue long into the night, and continue long into the future, and it will not stop, very likely, for, you know, quite a long time. yeah. That certainly is my thought. I mean, we are in the starting phases of what could become a large war that could not only turn from being large in the scale of the Middle Eastern large, but it could also be large in the sense of containing the world. I mean, it could literally involve the world. I think it could it spread towards other countries? Could this become a mass war where many of the Arab communities are attacking U.S. troops in in the Middle East, right? It's just, yeah. It's a lot. There's a lot happening right now, and I don't know. It's hard to put it. You know, I think Trey Ying's put it best that this is the next phase. This is the next level. Where exactly are we gonna be in about a month from now? It's hard to know, right? But you know, we'll have to watch for it. And I think we're gonna get our answers once in a while, or maybe sometime in the future. It's always hard to piece together anything when something, you know, like this just started, because it, you know, I couldn't tell you exactly where any troops are. I think we're covering the best that we can do right now. It's the best, you know, to the best of my knowledge at the moment right here. But I'll be honest with you, other than the fact that Israel is launching a massive ground incursion or event, a raid, or whatever they want to call it, into Gaza, and then, you know, I think what I want to watch for next is us, big explosion right there. Holy shit! Is what comes next? You know, what's the next phase? What is the next level? This right here is insane. I want to know exactly what comes after this, because I think it's a lot. I think it's going to be a lot, and it's going to take more than just a few days. It's going to take years, you know? So, yeah. Holy shit. What comes next is scary. You're following the next, you know, many years or so. The next few months here is definitely going to be one of the most crazy, if not one of the most dangerous. I think there's not been any more crazy decade and more crazy months coming up like this since World War II. You might think I'm crazy, but I think at this point we're past crazy. I think at this point we're just at insanity level. We're gonna, you know, yeah. You think you don't want to know? No, I mean, yeah. Look at that right there. I mean, that's insanity right there. And we you know, what comes next? I don't know. I know that what comes next might be massive. I think we're in the most dangerous decade, as I mentioned just a second ago here, that we're in the most dangerous decade of all time. The next few months, the next few weeks, the next few whatever, it's going to be some of the most dangerous times of our lives. Jesus Christ. Right now. Two fighter jets are gone. The airspace over Israel and Lebanon is totally empty of commercial aircraft right now. Would imagine so, right? What's my, I think tomorrow we're gonna get some answers to what's happening, but, you know. I think it's gonna be a very sleepless night for a lot of people around the world right now, as they're gonna be watching this very closely. You know, it'll be a very sleepless night for a lot of people around the world. There's a lot of activity of plane. There's a lot of tanker activity happening right now in the Persian. A lot of activity in the Persian. A lot of activity in the over the Middle East, especially towards Saudi Arabia. There's a plane, U.S. plane. There's a Russian. No, sorry. There's a plane from Kyrgyzstan. Lycian 76 over Oman. A Russian plane right next to that, actually. There's a Russian plane, Lycian 76 MD, heading towards, that's just over the United Emirates. And then we got a plane directly smack in the Persian Gulf. I reckon that's, you know, we know that's exactly where, that is exactly where the U.S. aircraft carrier is set to be very shortly. So, it wouldn't surprise me if you see some air activity over there. Would not surprise me. Just in U.S. officials, the Israel ground incursion will be phased and will not include a single intensive operation. This appears to be a rolling start to the ground invasion in Gaza by Israel forces, source CBS. The extent of the expanded activity was unclear, but two U.S. officials tell CBS News this appears to be a rolling start of the ground invasion. Two U.S. officials. I mean, you know, you're getting up there. Just in the ground operation, the death sentence for the hostages. Earlier today, negotiations showed progress with discussions on hostage release and a potential ceasefire. Negotiation stalled in the afternoon, primarily over minor issues. Following Israel's announcement of a new offensive, negotiations have come to a halt. The ongoing Israel offensive makes it unlikely that talks will resume. But I don't think Israel is looking for Hamas to resume the talks. I think Israel is looking to pressure Hamas into talks. I think Israel is done playing the small boy. Hamas is acting like Israel is the small guy. You know, it's stalling. It's pulling out, and every time, last minute, it's pulling out. It's acting like it's the small guy, acting like Israel is the small guy. And they're the big guy, which couldn't be further from the truth. Therefore, Israel is now forcing them into do so. Breaking Barak Ravid from Axios telling CNN, thousands of Israeli troops have entered Gaza from the north in the past hour or two. Thousands of soldiers. So we're saying thousands of soldiers have entered Gaza. I mean, I don't know. Are they, you know... Major military exercises of Iranian army started today in central Iran. That's a funny timing right there for you. As we, the V2014, covered the Israel-Gaza conflict, we are almost permanently dealing with horrific news. This comes with emotional cost. The occasional light-hearted retort to our haters provides us with some much-needed respite and levity. Hope you understand. What? Oh. Right. What's that we got over here? Is that it? Oh, that's a... No, it's like the United Kingdom Airbus right there. But, yeah, look at that. United Kingdom military plane heading towards Lebanon. You don't got to be a genius to figure out. That's heading for an evac. Oh, welcome in, Freddy. You don't have to be a genius to figure out. That one right there is heading to Lebanon for evacuation of British citizens or embassy or something like that. I'm not even touching the fucking top. How can you be? There you go. You were far behind. Goddamn. Israel media is reporting that thousands of Israeli troops, alongside hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles, have entered the northern Gaza Strip tonight, near the city of Beit Hanun, with heavy and difficult fighting against terrorist forces ongoing. Mandatory evacuation of families with children announced in 10 settlements of Kyiv Oblast. It's, yeah. Coming in. No? Okay. I'm watching through everything right now. Not a lot of things. The latest, that was about 1,000 soldiers right there. Holy shit. Got a lot of things happening now. You got that right. Jesus Christ. Thousands of soldiers have entered Gaza. I think that they're talking about something new now. They're saying more and more soldiers are entering. So I don't know. I feel like they're right saying there was a small raiding, but I don't know. I mean, now they're saying thousands of soldiers are entering the area. I don't know how many exact numbers of soldiers are in the Gaza Strip at the point. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know how many is all in there right now. All I know is that there's a lot, probably. I mean, let's be honest. There might be close to 10,000. I don't know. I mean, what are we talking? Thousands? In the thousands? Are we talking 5,000? 1,000? 2,000? We're talking in 1,000. We're probably talking about upwards of 5,000 to more, right? I'd imagine so. So now I feel like that's kind of, yeah, I don't know. Yep, there you go. Jesus Christ, you hit a glass falling on the ground there. I'm gonna be back in about 2 minutes. Alright, see you later, Desire. Alright, we're back now. Sorry about that. Oh, it just turned around. Are they landing in Cyprus? They are landing in Cyprus, aren't they not? A refuel? Perhaps? Oh, they probably want to refuel in Cyprus and then... Right? Where am I? Maybe people are taking boats rides from Lebanon into Cyprus and then they're getting picked up there or something like that. Or they're moving things into Cyprus to get ready for a possible escalation point. Right? That's also a thing. Oh, sorry. Try and look through some news here, see if there's anything coming up, anything I missed. I mean, that's the thunder thing about this, you know, it kind of like it moves so fucking fast, you know, yeah. Nope, nothing. We have to wait and see if anything comes out. Just nothing right now. Let's see if there's anything coming out from popular sources. Nope, nothing new there. See if there's anything from this guy right here. Anything new? Seagulls. Nope. Kind of silent right now. Not a lot of stuff happening. Well, there are a lot of stuff happening, but, you know, I mean, news-wise coming in, anything interesting, anything new really coming out, nothing like that. Not at the moment, at least. There's still shelling going on. I can hear shelling in the background. It's just the amount of it, you know? There's still rocket attacks. Just like I feel like all those jets that fired all those attacks probably back at the base now, getting their rockets back on. Well, I think I said that too early. Well, more coming in. You hear something overhead there. Well, I think I said that too early because that just happened. They still have that P8. They still have that P8 just outside the ciphers right there. They're keeping an eye on something, certainly. A P8 is a sub hunter. I'm not aware what kind of terrorist organization is riding out submarines, but someone is. No, not really anything that there. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, there's kind of like a silence when it comes on news right now. A lot of stuff coming out right now. I mean, I guess there's going to be a lot coming out later, right? I mean, it's going to go on into the day, later into the day, and then it's going to come out throughout the day there. I don't know that, Freddy. No, I don't know that. That would be, I think that's above my pay grade. Certainly. There's a thing, I don't know. I'm just looking for anything really right now, anything interesting. I mean, I think there's not really much anything else. I mean, I pretty much out-explained what I wanted to explain, but yeah. Rushing right now, see if there's anything. A lot coming out. I think it's ambulances you can hear in the background, probably from Gaza. They're probably overwhelmed tonight. I imagine those hospitals in Gaza is probably also overwhelmed tonight. Last I heard, I mean, the blackout in Gaza, which has been reported. So, extension into hospitals. I'm not actually aware that actually extends it to hospital. the thing is, it might just not, because the reason why I'm saying that is because Hamas, if they have fighters that become wounded, they might just, you know, they might just need that hospital. So they might keep one or two hospitals alive. Other than that, we're not aware if there's any other hospitals. All those hospitals that you might have heard about, all those could have been out of service. They could be out of service at this point. So we're not, yeah. So it's a lot right now. There's a lot happening right now. And, I think the humanitarian situation in Gaza right now is pretty insane. It's going to be, I mean, being on the ground as a civilian must be quite insane right now. I mean, I can only imagine what it's like, you know. All right. Well, guys, we are gonna be back live in about maybe an hour or so. I am gonna take this stream down. I don't think. Listen, anything. No, there's nothing gonna be anything serious happening without, you know, in the next hour or so. Don't worry. It's probably not gonna be anything too serious after that. But yeah, we'll be back in about an hour if you still tune into that. So yeah, we gotta reset this because I do plan on leaving the stream overnight. I do plan to leave the stream overnight, and because it's 5 hours right now, I don't want to leave it so it's, you know, so it gets over 12 hours because the video won't be saved and we can't, you know, all that stuff. So I want to make sure the video kind of gets saved. So I'm gonna end the stream here, be back in an hour. We're gonna reset, you know, all that stuff so the system runs well, and then we'll be back. So have a good time, good night, and we'll see you in about an hour, or maybe a little bit more. Around that.